some reason, it is impossible seemingly for them to admit it.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Are we good now?
Yeah, no, stuff's good.
Okay.
Are we still muted?
Man.
Absolutely poggers.
There we go. Extreme scuff once again because I didn't finish my macros for this again.
Yo.
So, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're good. Tell you what's a bit less good, though. State of Bliss.
What a way to open. What a way to open up.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot to talk about. There's the Activision Blizzard earnings call. There is also the big thing. Yes, Jab's no longer the leader of Blizzard.
The big thing. Oh,
The
yeah,
big thing.
Blizzard's entire management change. Wow. Just forgot about that.
Yeah.
But, to be honest, it's actually been such a brutal week for news that, like, that happened 2 or 3 days ago. And I was sitting, like, looking at this stream and, like, what do I call this stream today? Because nothing's happened since we last sat down to talk. But it's just, we sit here talking about so much all the time that it becomes a complete blur. So yeah, Jab is by. Jab has been jabbed out of there. And we've got Jen O'Neill and Maggie Barra in their place.
We sure do. Yeah. And a lot of people are going to think, Activision plants. But no.
Technically, literally, yes.
Literally, yes. But there is plenty of reason to suspect that they're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
At the very least, Ybarra certainly has an interesting key binding setup in World of Warcraft. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the actual deal there is.
Yeah, shift space to move. Apparently that's a thing.
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't.
So I'm trying to think, what should we do first?
What should we start with?
We can talk about the World of Warcraft things, or we can talk about the meta things. I feel like meta.
I feel like get the meta things out of the way, and then we can sit down and really go for it.
Yeah. So okay, Jab's departure. J. Allen Brack got J. Allen whacked.
Yep.
It's maybe a bit in poor taste.
Yeah, he's still alive as far as.
Oh
far as
shit,
we're all
that's what
concerned.
whacked means. Oh yeah, okay, no, never mind.
Yeah, he's not been killed.
So here is J. Allen Brack. Certainly, this is not the most cheery photo of the man that that's existed.
That's one of the real problems. Like after that very solemn apology talk, especially even the one from the BlizzCon line, there's just so many pictures of him that look sullen or kind of memeable in a way, just because of his expression. It's kind of awkward.
That he has had a totally fucked tenure, completely scuffed. Like he gets in, Blitzchung happen. You're like, oh man.
Yeah. J. Allen sacked. That one works.
J. Allen sacked. There we go.
I mean, the official line is he left to pursue new opportunities.
Oh, aye, yeah.
But if you read between the official lines,
if you read their earnings call,
Yeah.
where they say that the new leaders of Blizzard are a part of the change they're making, it's like it's pretty obvious he's not just Wentz for a new job.
Yeah.
So to read through this, right, to all members of the Blizz community, we want to let you know about important leadership change. Starting today, Jalen Brack will be stepping down as the leader of the, I'm just going to grab this so I can read it off my screen instead there. Stepping down as the leader of the studio. Jen O'Neill and Mike Ybarra are going to be co-leading Blizzard going forward. Now, I don't actually know if Jen and Mike have had, their titles increase. I think they're now the ones who are, the leaders. But
Yeah.
we went from co-founder, CEO of Blizzard, Jab, president of Blizzard, now co-leaders of Blizzard. Yeah, I mean, chain of command-wise, there is more Activision control here. And I think for that, there will be pros and there also will be cons, but we'll get into that. So this talks a bit about Jen and Mike, who are, look, this is new people. We don't know them, but these are the new leaders of Blizzard. So we do need to know what the crack is with these people and understand them a bit. And thankfully, for me and Matt's research, the more we have read up and these people understood them, the more we actually think they're probably pretty solid to be leading Blizzard, actually.
Definitely. I think that it seems to be Diablo and Overwatch will get the love first. Almost certainly,
Yes.
based on what Mike's been doing, based on what, especially Vicarious Visions, with Jen leading that, it's going to be very much, Diablo and Overwatch will get their spotlight, but I think after that, the next move is going to be Warcraft. Because I guess it kind of depends on how their mobile plans actually pair out over the next couple of years.
I think
But
they need a big mobile game with the next WoW expansion. And they've got 2 unannounced WoW mobile games that we're going to see within the next year or 2, so that'll be a thing.
yeah.
To continue through this doc,
Actually,
though,
one second. Interestingly, someone in chat, Hinurskers says, I've worked with Mike Ibarra a bit back when he was at Xbox. He's a pretty good dude. So there's at least one vote of
Nice.
confidence.
Well, thanks for letting us know that, and that is in line with other things I've heard about Mike.
Mm-hmm.
People seem to like him. We'll do Jen first, though. Jen joined Blizzard in January as executive vice president of development, where she's been providing senior development leadership and support to the Diablo and Overwatch franchises. Jen is the former head of Vicarious Visions, which is now part of Blizzard Entertainment. So, Vicarious Visions basically have nailed everything they've done recently. If you're even a Destiny player, Vicarious Visions did a lot of the actually very good Destiny 2 content. I think Destiny 1 as well. So they most recently did Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 Remastered. They've just done great shit. And of course, Diablo 2 Resurrected is a Vicarious Visions project. It was actually rumored that Vicarious Visions were doing that game over a year ago.
Yeah, it's
Ages ago.
yeah. They definitely weren't they weren't just thrown on it.
No.
Whenever the announcement was made, they've been on that for.
Yeah.
It would now be over. No. Yeah, it'd be over a year and a half now since those rumors started coming up. I think.
Yeah, no, it would. Yeah, so it's interesting that. So, Jen has been working on Blizzard-related things for a decent bit of time. She started off in QA, made her way all the way up to studio head of Vicarious Visions, working on pretty damn major projects, and now she's here at Blizzard. And I think there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense. I mean, number one, it seems like Jen is absolutely well qualified for the job. Also, number two, in the situation that's went on, I think for a lot of people at Blizzard, they will like to, they'll like this arrangement. This whole thing of, well, what has it been? Women feeling not listened to at the company. Well, now when they look to their leadership, I think they might be able to feel a bit better in that. So that's stuff with Jen. As for Jen, actually, we'll go into our breakdowns of them in a little bit. I'll keep on going with the article here. For Mike Ibarra, then, after many years at Xbox, Mike joined the company in 2019 as the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Platform and Technology, where he's been overseeing the evolution of Battle.net and our development services organization. Jen and Mike have more than 3 decades industry experience between them. Moving forward, they will share responsibilities over game development and company ops. Both leaders are deeply committed to all their employees, to the work ahead to ensure Blizzard is the safest, most welcoming workplace possible for women, people of any gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or background, to upholding and reinforcing our values, and to rebuilding your trust. With many years of industry experience and a deep commitment to integrity and inclusivity, Jen and Mike will lead Blizzard with care, compassion, and a dedication to excellence. You'll hear more from them soon. The following is a message from J. Allen Brack. And, to me, when I read this, I thought, oh, that seems really stilted. So, I don't know what's going on inside the head of Jab right now. I've heard from people that, Blizzard stuff did get better under Jab's tenure. I just don't know, did they find that he knew shit and that's why he's away? Did he know about Alex and do nothing? In which case, that would be him falling foul of what Bobby Kotick has said. About leaders who got in the way of processes. It's sort of hard to know. I mean, that said, if there was all that known stuff with Alex, and Alex Afrasabi got a slap in the wrist from a guy that they used to be on the same team, you can perhaps see. And if it does turn out it's that's why Jab is gone, then I mean, certainly feeling the consequences of that lapse of judgment. But also it would show that title's not going to help you if you were part of the cultural problem.
I think that's one of the most important things. That's what Bobby Kotick said outright in the earnings call, which was straight up just, right, anyone who's been found to impede our processes, their head will roll. That's more or less what he said, and I feel like that's definitely what they need, because if the problem arose from executives being protected, or not even just executives, from all of these people being protected, all of the older blood being protected, if Jab could have been a sacrificial lamb more than anything else.
Yeah.
Could have been a display of power of just, we are not fucking around here. We will take you down. We've just thrown your leader out the door. No one is safe. Which I think is, if it comes to inspiring a culture of fear to make sure everyone gets their job done correctly, maybe not the good move. But if it's a culture of fear to make sure no one does anything as heinous as that, maybe necessary, if not ideal.
So, Jab's parting statement from the company. I am confident that Jan O'Neill and Mike Ybarra will provide leadership. The leadership Blizzard needs to realize its full potential and accelerate the pace of change. I anticipate they will do so with passion and enthusiasm, and that they can be trusted to lead with the highest levels of integrity and commitment to the components of our culture that make Blizzard so special. Finally, thank you all for being part of the Blizzard community and your passion and determination for safety and equality for all. It's like, yeah, I mean... Oh, wait, no, that last bit wasn't Jab's statement. No. It's just the stuff from the quotes. Which, you know what? That ain't how a human speaks. I'm not saying that as a dig at Jab.
He's
saying that a dig at the... Not a dig, but...
It's messaging, like...
It's messaging.
Yeah, it's not someone speaking, it's someone communicating professionally.
Yes, exactly. So that means it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, there's that. Now, we do have some other things to talk about. We've got a letter from the President and Chief Operating Officer, Daniel Allegri, regarding Blizzard Entertainment, where he said that he's pleased to announce, effective immediately, Jan and Mike will have been appointed co-leaders of Blizzard, share responsibilities, basically going over the same thing, recapping some of their stuff. I guess this is where we got the line, Jalen Brack is leaving the company to pursue new opportunities. You see, the only bit I'm skeptical there is the new opportunities. I mean, even if he did have a new opportunity lined up, yeah, I mean, who knows? Okay, how do I do this one? There's people who have a reason to suspect that he maybe did have something lined up, or that there was something going on. And that, whenever it was the handover happened between Mike and Jay, that, there was maybe an intended duration of time or something like that. Now, I don't know if something's being accelerated or if, Jab's contract was just running out anyway. I mean, it says pursue new opportunities. Like, can you lie about that? Or, I suppose he has to pursue new opportunities if he still wants to have employment, right? So,
yeah, I mean,
it's sort of hard to know.
It's likely the case where he's too big a figure for them to literally just go, and you're out, get ready, for Daniel to come up and say, we have fired Jab, don't follow in his footsteps. That's going to be more the case at that level of executive anyway. You're going to sit down with Jab and go, listen, Jay, this is the crack. You need to go. We can make this amicable. Do you want to leave to pursue new opportunities? He goes, yep, I'll take my severance package. I'll take whatever, give me 2 weeks to clean up all the shit from my desk that I want to take, or, let me steal all the stuff from the pantry in the office and then I can go, that kind of thing. And instead of, just actually firing them.
Yes, instead of the movie or TV show thing of, there's the 2 security guards coming to remove you from the building. So with that, we should probably talk about Mike Ybarra. Here he is. Hello, Mike.
Quick himself.
And Jen. Hello, Jen.
Jen
So,
Farrell.
these two, they are doing, in a way, Mike Morheim's job, right? They are the two new leaders of the company whose games we, I was going to say play. Not everyone in this stream is an active player of a Blizzard product right now, but I think it's mostly people who very much want to be playing. That's the ongoing thing with WoW, right? Like you're pissed off at it, but that's from a place of you genuinely wanting to play it for a long ass time. So for Mike, then he was interesting software development engineer at HP. Then bam, Microsoft, near 20 years. Then he is over there at Blizzard, working on a bunch of things like corporate vice president, Xbox Live, Game Pass, and Mixer. Now, obviously, Mixer didn't do that well, but if you look at those, I mean, Game Pass, that's like the pillar of Microsoft's business model. So he was working on some pretty damn top shit. And then there is a little bit of texture for him as well. So should we talk about how Mike almost destroyed his life, job, marriage, or relationship, whatever, and also personal hygiene?
Tell me more. I'm intrigued. I mean, I know the story, but for the sake of viewers, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes,
what the hell are you talking about?
So there's this game called World of Warcraft. And for the first 3 years of WoW's existence, while he was a role at Microsoft, I believe it was a pretty major role at Microsoft, actually.
I believe at that point he was senior director for OEM relations in Asia and somewhere else, I think.
And he played so much WoW that he, his relationship was in strife, his personal life was in strife, and his job was in strife. And then he quit. He quit after 3 years. He went cold turkey. Now he's back in World of Warcraft, and I've seen some people sort of criticize this as, this is sort of veering away from the issues. I'd say if people want to be like, oh, look, the new co-leader actually is doing a bunch of raiding Mythic Plus, you know what? Let's let people have that. Mike, number one, he got everything to plus 20, I believe, in the preseason to unlock
it was July
the portals.
3rd. It was preseason, yeah.
Yeah, to unlock the portal. So he's done that in Mythic Plus. He's cleared Nathria Heroic, and I think a number of the Nathria bosses on Mythic as well.
Pretty sure he cleared Mythic.
I don't know if he cleared all of Mythic, but he made a stab in. I think.
Okay, I may not have
6 or
looked.
8.
I may not have looked, but I did see his logs were a high 80, and I thought that was Mythic and not Heroic.
Either way,
Yeah.
he's an active WoW player who's very much into it and has a bizarre key binding setup. So good on him.
It certainly does. Actually, before we move on, one thing in chat, I see someone say, Dakar saying, Dakar saying he was 10 out of 10, and Nightstalker says he farmed Mythic at least 3 times, which is where he's going to get his 86 average parse, I think, as a Fury Warrior. I mean, Fury Warrior, so less representation there,
Mythic.
but still.
Good man.
Yeah. There was someone said something I wanted to address. Where is it? Fuego said Mike screwed up big time at Xbox, though. They gave him the boot and had to bring in Phil Spencer to rescue the Xbox brand. I believe that was significantly more attributed to Phil Spencer than it was Ibarra at the time. Because he wasn't in charge of Xbox One in that sense.
Ibarra?
Could you throw that up again? Sorry, a wee sec. Just scroll to his word close role. To hit Ibarra's role in that thing. He was program management. Yeah, I don't think he was particularly responsible for that.
The Xbox One falling over, that was like the Don Matrick era.
That was
the Don Matrick era, and did Spencer not work under Matrick, surely?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was, yeah. It was Don Matrick and Phil Spencer.
Yeah, well,
those are the two names. Ibarra was there at the time, but he also was there till 2019. So they clearly didn't go get out. So just
wasn't Battle.net a hive of harassment, and wasn't Ybarra in charge of that? Ybarra was in charge of Battle.net, but I believe not at the period of time where people were bringing up the allegations. Basically, the Battle.net team was the worst at Blizzard by far, from what I understand. It was seriously bad. That was, I saw stuff there. It was 2015, 2016. Ybarra's late 2019?
Yeah, he joined in early 2020, late 2019. It was
November 2019, yeah. So it's sort of hard to know there with Ybarra, but I don't get the picture, or I don't get the sense that he was there with a lot of the problems going on. I kind of doubt. I mean, if he was implicated and stuff, I'm fairly sure people in the BNet team would have just spoken up, and that would be him gone. Given how it's been,
he wouldn't be co-leader of Blizzard now if they had any reason to believe he was a part of the problem or didn't help it.
Yeah, then for Jen, well, let's see, how do we... Well, Vicarious Visions for 13 years. Yeah. She was a senior executive producer for 8, studio head for just under 5, from then, boom, executive vice president of development at Blizzard Entertainment, and she's got a career that's basically just, it seems to be, got foot in the door in QA, then stopped, thought, hang on, how do I... what do I need to do? Did the research, got into a production role, ascended. So good on her, and certainly she's the studio head of a company who just kind of knocking it out of the park, right? Like, it's Vicarious Visions. Not everyone knows about them, right? But it's that thing. People don't know about most game studios generally because there's so damn many of them, but also like the amount of support studios that exist. The people who played, like, I don't know about, like, Destiny 2, was it Forsaken? I don't know if it was specifically Vicarious that did that, but Vicarious Visions and High Moon, which is another Activision Blizzard support studio, like, they did so much of the expansion and DLC content of the Destiny games that in many ways, like, a lot of the real good shit in Destiny wasn't even Bungie at some points in time when those studios were doing their work. So she's been working on great stuff. And now along with Mike Ybarra, that's our co-leaders, right? Co-leaders. It's a new era for Blizzard, right? I mean, it literally is. This is the first time that one of their own has not led the company, because J. Allen Brack had been a Blizzard employee for a long-ass time.
Yeah, it's like I kept trying to find a good way to explain it in, like, just for a title or for a thumbnail or something like that, just how much this is Blizzard is dead. But, not all of Blizzard is dead, but this is like I would describe it as the roots that seem to have not been growing all that well have been removed, and there's now place for something else to grow in its stead. Yeah. That's what I kind of think. I'm not completely, not completely settled on stone if this is an overall good thing yet. We'll have to, only time can tell if the games we get in the future are any better, or are, if they feel substantially different and they aren't like Blizzard. But, it's certainly... I would say it's definitely, we weren't going anywhere great. Not that anyone could see. So I feel like there's at least, with change, there's opportunity.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
Yes. And when we look at these people, they don't seem to be massive, like just not game people.
Yeah.
They seem to be people who are both quite involved in games, have been for a long time, and I don't know. I'm feeling decently good about these people as leaders. Now there is that bit of Activision sort of de facto has a bit more control.
Mm-hmm.
Is that? Which, there could be good there could be bad. Certainly looking at like Schreier's reporting and some of that stuff, it's that weird thing of Blizzard had the good parts of its culture and the bad parts of its culture. It seems like the Activision stuff put pressure on them to deliver more and eroded the good parts of their culture. So the bad parts kind of continue and fester. So then I guess a bunch of it is just, can they keep the good parts of the Blizzard culture? And can they take the useful part of Activision? Which, I think a decent amount of that's like Parkinson's Law. Blizzard, Parkinson's Law is your sort of task will expand to fit the amount of time allotted, where just is a little bit more of a fire, a good thing for Blizzard, a little bit more of a, just, hey, don't take the biggest risks ever, just sort of
just make some games,
play it straight, make some games, yeah. So
just make some games.
That's what's going on there. We'll have to see. There's all the cultural stuff too, but then there's like, you look at the other Activision stuff, okay, hell or high water, whatever it is, they sure do ship their product. And if you're a customer, there's something to be said for that. That's if we are to just assume that, the sort of Blizzard big quality stamp is just a little bit less of a thing.
Yeah.
Now, on things as it pertains to the games, Jen has been working a lot with Diablo side of things. We've had statements from people basically saying they are massively, they're hiring. It's like hundreds of developers have been added to the Diablo franchise. Hundreds. Now, a lot of that will include the literal hundreds that are all of Vicarious Visions.
Yeah.
Becoming Blizzard and being on Diablo, but they also are doing additional hiring.
Vicarious, but 200 employees big, I think.
Not 100% sure.
Yes. Going forward, the more than 200 employees of Vicarious Visions will be employees of Blizzard. So technically that statement's true with just Vicarious working on Diablo 2 Resurrected, but I mean, you would imagine they're continuing to grow for, I mean...
Well, I believe they've said that, and then also if you look at the WoW team, there's more evidence of that.
Oh yeah, with just hiring, just straight up hiring.
So there we go. Jab's gone. We have a new leader. Now, there are other things to talk about. Let's do the earnings call.
Let's go.
So, okay. Look, we've already covered a bunch of this on the news channel, but there are, there's plenty to talk about here just for the games.
Yeah, especially Blizzard-wide, because we did focus specifically on the money part of it. But
yeah, so what to know? Well, 26 million MAUs. That's down 1 million from last quarter, even though TBC Classic launched and patch 9.1.
Yeah, yeah, we covered this in the news video as well. But the real spicy number here is that 26 million monthly active users is the same as Q1 2016, which if you've got a half-decent working memory, you'll remember that is before Overwatch launched and also in the middle of Warlords of Draenor's content drought. That's how bad it is for Activision Blizzard. Well, how bad it is for Blizzard specifically. Right. They have undone 5 years of growth.
Yep.
Straight up.
Sure have. Even though it's like they're back to there, but they're achieving that same number with more products.
Yep.
Which is not the best sign.
Yep.
So if we actually dive into the numbers then, and it's fun because I forget where you got it from, but there's the whole thing of Overwatch having 10 million MAUs at a point.
Yeah.
Which then means you subtract that from everything else, and oh dear, it starts to look worse.
Yeah.
That
was October 2020, so it's probably maybe closer to maybe 7 or 8 million now, but yeah.
So, number one, a bit of context here, everyone. This is all during COVID. Most game companies experienced growth in COVID because what the fuck else was anyone going to do? And you'd especially think that an MMORPG would do well during COVID. Well, I think pretty much if you go back to, this quarter last year, they're down 6 mil. Right? That's a lot. So if we look here, and you can see how they can carefully construct their messaging to make it all seem like it's going good.
Their investor narrative game is real strong.
Yeah. Now they cannot escape that number. They cannot escape 26 mil. But World of Warcraft net bookings grew again a double-digit percentage year over year. So that is Q2 of 2021 versus Q2 of 2020.
Yep.
Now, what was going on in Q2 of 2020? Because Visions of N'Zoth was Q1. Nothing.
Nothing
Basically nothing. Okay, so we're up a double-digit percentage year over year.
Which classic phase was that? Was there a classic phase launch there, I think? Maybe,
probably. But, I mean, a phase launch isn't a massive thing, right? So, and double-digit. That could be, we're up 100%, or no, 99%.
Yeah.
Or it could be 10%.
Or it could be 9.5% rounded up
Oh yeah, I suppose they didn't clue us into decimal places, so that would be so funny. They're up 0 point or 1.1%. No, so look, they're up somewhere 10% or more, under 99%.
Yep.
Point is though, this is a Q2 with a major launch with Classic versus a pretty empty Q2 in 2020, so that's obviously not good. Subscriber numbers and hours played were higher following the release of the Burning Crusade Classic.
I
should hope so.
I couldn't believe when I read that. I was like, that
Really?
goes so against logic. Release game, people play it. What? I mean, I think like to be serious for a second, I actually think that if they are going out of their way to type subscriber numbers and hours played were higher following the release, that shows they have fuck all else to say.
Yeah.
Nothing else to say. So I think that's a real good point to like keep in mind when you're like reading through these things. It's always they will tell investors everything that's good. If they have nothing to say, it means they have nothing good to say.
Yes. For our second line, World of Warcraft remains on track for much stronger engagement this year than is typical outside a modern expansion year.
What did that mean?
Like, what does that even mean? Because I mean, it's obviously going to be less than BFA and Classic.
Yeah.
It's obviously going to be less than that.
Yeah.
So you're just comparing to previous.
Yeah. So are they?
Right, so.
Oh, I know what they're doing. They're saying typical outside of a modern expansion year because there's no modern expansion year that has no time outside of a modern expansion that has high engagement. Because a modern expansion year is Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. Classic didn't exist for Legion, so their comparison points are BFA Classic, which is a modern expansion year. So they can't compare against that. So they've isolated every element. So the only thing they're using TBC and the fact that it didn't launch the same year. If you follow me, I'm not even explaining this too well.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So they've got no comparison points. So they're just kind of going, this is the last thing left.
BFA was 2018. WoW Classic was 2019.
Oh shit, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm broken in the
His point is destroyed.
Yep. My brain doesn't work. But I mean, yeah, fuck it. Yep, nope, I'm stupid. Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's basically just right. Here's what it's basically saying. This is better than the patch 7.2 quarter. 7.2, I think, was Q1. But you get my point, right? Just no expansion coming out this year.
Yeah.
A year of patches. Yeah, of course. I would hope a major product release is better than typical. So then when we move in, Hearthstone, they say that Forge and the Barons delivered expansion over expansion, net bookings growth for a second consecutive release. From what I understand there, Hearthstone had like severe health issues.
I believe it did, yeah.
As a game, and they are basically trying to claw that back. I must admit, I am not, close to the pulse of Hearthstone, so I couldn't really tell you.
Me neither.
They then said that with the latest expansion, United and Stormwind launching today, and Mercenaries, a new mode of popular role-playing, in the popular role-playing genre planned for the coming months, we expect the financial performance to strengthen in the second half of the year. Yeah, cool, fair enough. I mean, by all of your accounts at least, they do cool shit in Hearthstone. It seems like there's stuff I need to go look up.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Hearthstone, like, if you just go back to Hearthstone every 6 months, there'll be some great content for you to enjoy for free. That's what I've noticed recently. It's fantastic. Even the earlier stuff where they have, you can rack up quite a bill if you buy all of the old adventures. But even the new stuff like the Book of Heroes, the Book of Mercenaries, that's all really good stuff. Like really good Warcraft-based storytelling that I'm having a lot of fun with. Even just dabbling a bit. And it's, honestly, if like I look at their lineup and I'm like, I feel like Hearthstone's the best thing they're making right now. That said, I'm not a huge Diablo fan, so I don't really care personally too much about Diablo 4. And Overwatch 2, I'm not super hyped on anyway. But I feel like, they're actually kind of knocking it out of the park with Hearthstone. At least as far as I can tell. I don't engage with it competitively because
PvP, yeah.
I'm not going to buy a load of boosts or grind a load of cards.
Like for me, in Hearthstone, I enjoy any of the single player stuff.
Yeah.
Or Arena. Just because I just enjoy the draft. I think it's like a neat way to play. Not that I'm the biggest fan of the monetization of it. Yeah. That said, you could also say, I'm just not good enough for the monetization to be in my favor. If I could just win more of those arenas. Okay, Diablo 2 Resurrected coming out September 23rd. Big thumbs up. So, very happy about that. Diablo Immortal. Delayed. Next year. Half one. That said, they say it's received excellent feedback in its gameplay. I have heard the very same. And, it's that weird thing, right? Genshin Impact. Fucking banger. Great game. Really is. I was shocked that I just, initially expected, this is going to be some gacha, whatever.
Bullshit.
This is just going to be a gacha clone of Zelda. No, not at all. That's absolutely incorrect. Great game. And, I just obviously avoid the monetization bit. Which, there's qualms and issues I have there. And with this Diablo Immortal, I mean, by all accounts, it's actually a good game. Now, if I can just hook in a little gamepad and there you go, I could play a little bit of Diablo on the go. Not that I do that often anyway, but it's just, will they fuck it up with monetization? That's the big thing. Because it seems like what they actually have got is a very successful translation of Diablo over, to the mobile format. And you know what? Yeah. Put a controller on my iPad, bam, good Diablo experience. Good play Diablo Immortal. Have as good an experience as just say me playing Dead Cells on my iPad, which I've done and has been a great experience. It's just, will they fuck it with the monetization? We do not know. I don't think COD Mobile is like pay to win or any of that bullshit.
No, I think they've done a pretty good job with that.
So yeah, maybe, who knows? And then for Overwatch 2, they just said that they passed a important internal milestone in recent weeks. So that was basically it for their, their main big slide. But if you look at the segment results, this is where, $789 million from Activision, $433 million from Blizzard, $363 million operating income. Oh, just over half of that for Blizzard.
Yep.
Ouch.
Not good.
Like these operating margins, which of course does make sense because Blizzard has got a lot of its spend tied up in development that of course has not turned into product yet. So obviously its operating margin will be lower. And as I say, yes, reflects investment in product development. And as well as sales and marketing for the Burning Crusade Classic. Yeah, so World of Warcraft revenue grew double digits, although Blizzard revenue fell year over year due to project timing for Hearthstone and lower Overwatch League revenue. Well, that Overwatch League revenue is going to get a bit lower because T-Mobile, State Farm, and Coca-Cola have all pulled advertising. So I'm sure that'll be great. And also very awkward for Bobby, who also sits on the board of directors for Coke. Monthly active users, 32, 30, 29, 27, 26.
Not good.
That's bad.
That's not
It's
good.
the wrong way.
Yeah.
Especially in a world where the whole industry is growing. Like, if the whole industry is growing and you're stagnating, then you're losing. If you're slipping backwards, you're definitely losing. This is not what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun thing. If you think about it, if the industry is growing and Blizzard are losing MAUs, then where are those users going? I wonder. How about any other game, basically?
Yeah.
That's clearly where they're going.
Now, have you heard of our Lord and Savior Call of Duty Mobile and Warfront? Because if you look at these Activision MAUs...
Warfront?
Warzones. Warzone, not Warzones, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, this is a flashback to BFA there.
I mean, I would
Warfront?
play Warzone over Warfronts any day of the week. But yeah, so Warzone, the free-to-play Call of Duty Battle Royale experience, Call of Duty Mobile, you can see, I mean, the Activision MAUs used to be in and around maybe slightly smaller than Blizzard's.
Wow.
Now it's a bit different. It's a slightly different story, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's no wonder that for Blizzard, they want mobile games. There are multiple mobile World of Warcraft games in development right now. We'll find out more about those soon. 4 monthly active users, here's another big thing. So, I right now am 2 monthly active users for Blizzard Entertainment because I have launched World of Warcraft and StarCraft 2. Because monthly active users is not what you think it is. People think this means, oh, there's 26 million people playing what? No. So if you log into World of Warcraft once in a month, you are 1 monthly active user. If you then log into Hearthstone, second, you're 2 monthly active users. So 1 human can actually turn into multiple monthly active users. So that's quite something. Certainly, I mean, that's going to be the same for Activision and stuff.
Yeah.
But all that just means is Blizzard's numbers do look a little bit worse. And you said that you'd found those numbers about the 10 million 10 million MAUs for Overwatch in October of 2020, which,
Yep.
you know, if that is, let's just say, down to like a 7 or 8 million now, I guess, well, based on how MAUs are counted, like how many of those people also play WoW? Who the hell knows? It's just messy, but certainly not what we want to see. And then, yeah, if you look at this in the graph, you're like, oh, Overwatch, oh, yay, success. We got WoW Legion, we've got Overwatch, it's all happy, and oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh
We've
dear.
not released any content, and all our
Whoops.
users have run away. Whoops.
Yep. Indeed. Now, there is the other stuff with, Bobby announcing the changes, talking about Adam being there working in the incubation unit at Blizzard. Basically just Bobby reiterating their statements. Now, the core employee issues have not been met. People are not happy with, say, Wilmer Hale being the law firm that's been hired. But yes, Bobby also went to talk about that. In terms of the other things, 2 WoW mobile games. I think that was the other thing we'd gleaned. And they said a very intense 18-month period of releases that was kicked off by TBC Classic.
Yeah.
Which means TBC Classic patch 9.2, or sorry, 1, then 9.2, or maybe there's 9.1.5. We don't know yet. And by the way, I'd really like to know soon. Yeah. What's going on? I think patch 9.2 will be the final major patch anyway of Shadowlands, and I think they will then want to do a 10.0, probably along with 1 or 2 of these mobile games coming out. Because, they can only be developing these WoW mobile games for so goddamn long before we see something, right? And we've been hearing about this shit constantly for years.
I actually have a big think on that one.
Oh, shit.
I think that they are still scarred by the Diablo Immortal problem. And I think that what they're going to do is wait until they release Diablo Immortal in the West, see how the monetization works, see how that pans out reception-wise, see what that does for overall MAUs and stuff. Then they'll have Warcraft mobile games ready to go. But they'll wait and see if they need to make any changes in their marketing strategy for that. Because, they'll want people to be like, okay, here's Immortal, it's a good game, it's fine, enjoy it. Then they can, announce their Warcraft mobile games and then tie them into a Warcraft expansion to try and bring the whole Warcraft IP up in one big push straight back up to the, the heights where it was before. Because I feel like if they release a Warcraft mobile game when the actual base game, the MMO, is kind of on a downturn, they're just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. And I think if I can see that, I think they could. Very easily.
Yeah.
So I expect Warcraft mobile stuff to be announced late next year after Immortal. Depends. If Immortal's a massive flop in the West, then they might, try to sneak them out under the radar or something, or rethink them. But that's my thought anyway.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. They clearly just know you do mobile, you can get your MAUs up so much, and mobile can convert so well. And your person who buys all the store mounts engages in all of the additional player investment opportunities. They're going to get the mobile game, and they're going to swipe on it.
Yeah.
There'll be major cha-chings going on with the old cash register.
Yep, credit cards out,
on
boys.
the App Store, right? So they know there is a section of their audience that is just like, what's that? I can spend the price of a full video game for a mount. If they get a mobile game with a well-constructed funnel into the hands of that person, they're going to make a lot of money. They know that shit.
Yeah,
They know that shit. So that's mostly what's going on with Blizzard. It's that thing, perpetually. The good times are just around the corner. Our MAUs will be totally good next year. Totally. And for the staff, they're like, okay, cool. Well, seeing as so much of our compensation gets to be reasonable after the bonus that is based on the company's intake, I'm sure they're thrilled about that. Now that said, in fairness to them, Overwatch 2 probably going to sell gangbusters. Diablo 4 probably going to do the same.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I do think there are good times coming. They're just so far away, feeling for a lot of these staff. That said, I would not be surprised if it was 2022 Overwatch 2, 2023 Diablo 4. I think that is what it will be. And then new IP after that. Alan Adam actually did mention, the new IP and the new development pipeline that they've been building and all that stuff. And it's like, I think about, say, Craig Amai. Craig Amai was one of the people who worked on the artifacts for Legion. He left the World of Warcraft team. He still is employed at Blizzard. I have to imagine he was doing something.
Just sitting in the back, but like, should I do some work today? Nah. I'll wait another couple of years. I mean, definitely, like. Definitely.
Yeah. So that is that, I think. Unless there's anything else you want to add.
No, I think the only thing I would maybe want to bring up about this earnings call in general is something that fucking hell. Christ.
He's being human.
Yep, that's what you get. I just inhaled what seems to be a bit of dust. Very good. 1 second, sorry everyone. Oh Christ. Yes, so as I was saying, Bobby Kotick said something in the earnings call about the pay for their employees, and saying how they always try to make sure they're paid competitively across the industry, and I just laughed at that. First time I read it, I just went, we've literally seen numbers. We have seen what you pay people versus what Riot, like a couple cities across, pay. Could you please stop just lying to your investors? Like,
I feel like there could be difference between Blizzard and the other Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, of course.
Because I have heard 1 or 2 things of Blizzard trying to rectify this problem. Perhaps they've realized that if they can't hire good staff, they might not have a company.
Yeah, for sure.
So right, there's that going on. In terms of other things, look, to be honest with you, we've done a whole bunch of news recording. We've already talked about, about Fran Townsend. I don't really know if we want to just get into that again, to be honest with you. The Overwatch League lost sponsors. There you go. You know that. Basically just a bunch of sponsors who pulled ads. Some of them just kind of being a bit more like, we're not going to run ads while we review the situation. But basically that's that. And that is very bad because the Overwatch League is a big thing they hyped up to investors. Same with the Call of Duty League. So you got that going on. There's, of course, the Activision Blizzard King Workers Alliance who, did their big statement that staff are signing on to. Not being happy at WilmerHale being employed to clean things up because they've got a union-busting reputation and the likes of that going on.
Yeah, there's only so much mental damage we can take by talking about this stuff over and over again.
Yeah, and it's a part of why this is not going to be a super long stream. Honestly, me and Matt are just so fucking burnt out for the last 2 weeks. There's also, just to quickly mention this, that BlizzCon panel. I didn't pick up on this bit, but turns out she was booed by the crowd.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, that's that's what the audience were like at the time. That's what it was like then. Not to defend it or anything, but it's a case of.
I mean, even at the time, that's a bit.
Yeah, not at the time literally, but at the time for the group. But also, I guess, not even just that, but the fact that I need to see when the booing started. But yeah. Oh well, hang on. She actually says there's me being utterly dismissed by a panel of men who run the company at the same time having a small group of women in the audience chair, and then that immediately been drowned out by men booing, which means it's probably men in the audience riffing off what their heroes on the stage are doing, which is going, it's fine. Try another catalog, and all the dudes are like, fucking yeah, other catalogs. I know them by name. You're like, okay, well, I mean that kind of. Crowd behavior dynamics, meaning that you could see how that goes so wrong so quickly.
People are so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Yeah. Ugh. Just be fucking reasonable. Oh my god.
Reasonable.
Fucking hell.
Well, apparently the audience booed right after she asked, so yeah, just the audience actually responded like boo. So
yeah. Well, I mean, certainly you do wonder, given the. There's one person from the USA in our sphere, and given her reports of her experience being a woman in America versus being a woman in Northern Ireland, I don't know. It seems like whatever's going on, I don't know what it is. I don't want to just disparage like a whole bunch or whatever, because we certainly got deep problems here as well. But I don't know. Maybe it's because people generally are a bit more loud and forward over in the States. Maybe, you know, if there's some bad thoughts, you're going to know about them a bit quicker. I couldn't exactly tell you what that is, but my God, it's certainly, some embarrassing shit. So there's that going on. Then there's also all of the negative coverage Blizzard have got, you know. The perfect... Actually, this was an interesting one, the BBC article. I'll do a little mini thing in this. Yeah. The perfect storm striking World of Warcraft BBC News. There's trouble in World of Warcraft. Not from a rampaging dragon or a demon army attacking the land of Azeroth, but unhappy players who after 17 years have had enough. And the reason I'd bring this up, and this is like a little bit old news because it's 5 days ago, but we didn't cover it. It was the last stream. They got quotes from Scott Johnson, the host of The Instance, who supplied some quotes. And, you know, like Scott would generally be pretty close to Blizzard. He was doing one-on-one interviews with Metzen, and I get the feeling a lot of his thoughts and opinions were kind of shattered, and there's a lot of feelings of betrayal for him. Just when I think about, like, because I used to listen to The Instance a lot when I was younger, and some of the other stuff, and just thinking about, you know, who Scott is, the values that I'm fairly sure he has, you know, all of those things that basically boil down to being very good and very decent. Perhaps there's a bit of a feeling of I don't know, man. It just seems like it was hard. But yeah, he said, you know, you have the perfect storm of a lot of players, for a lot of players to hang up their Azeroth gear for good, stake out a new place to play. And where he gets to things is, it's impossible to see the real Exodus stats, Scott admitted. But based on things I have heard inside and outside the company, this might be the most drastic dip they've yet experienced. He doesn't believe the dissatisfaction is down to any one thing, but after so many years, players are used to every twist in the core gameplay. You are still iterating on the same basic systems, and I think players are hitting a point of been there, done that. That might be more widespread than in years past. And I think this is basically Scott saying that it's a mixture of things, but fundamentally, I think this whole, you know, Legion is a big exciting, and then they just did an inferior iteration of Legion systems for BFA, and then they did I don't want to say inferior for Shadowlands, but an alternatively bizarre for sure, something like that for Shadowlands. So for a bunch of people like, okay, cool, you've just iterated over the same shit again and again and again. Can I have something new, please?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing where there's a way to read that where it's people are tired of World of Warcraft, as World of Warcraft is. And I don't know if that's... I feel like something really... It's weird because everyone wants the old thing again, but good. Which kind of reads counter to how the average read of that would be.
Well,
but yeah.
I think it depends on how you say it. I think this is a really important thing. Like, I will say that Wrath of the Lich King is better than, like easily than Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Now, if you sort of sit down and do a point-by-point comparison of everything, you're going to realize, oh wait, Wrath didn't have the most content in the universe. What you'd say back. Expansion ratings always have to be done with the norms of the time as the benchmark. It's a bit pointless to take, these events that happened every 2 years and then compare them all as if they were things that dropped right the hell now. Yeah. So just when we're sort of thinking about that and we want as good as Wrath, but if you just ship Wrath now, it would be good, but it wouldn't really be what people would want because times have moved on, standards have, sort of changed, right? And with Scott, what I think is interesting is just him saying things he's heard inside and outside of the company. I absolutely would think in the same way that I know that Cowley is pretty connected. There's a fair few people at Blizz. Scott absolutely would be the same. So whenever he says that, that does make me think, okay, right, this is worse than the confirmed dip that we had at the end of Warlords of Draenor. And frankly, because they've stopped reporting numbers, we don't even know if BFA had a dip worse than WoD. It could have. Who knows?
Yeah,
but it's rough.
They have to keep the numbers internals so they can control the narrative.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the correct decision for them.
Yep.
I have to give them that, but pretty rough. There's not a great deal else in this article because it's mostly the BBC, doing a catch-up. I like this piece of art.
I think that is probably the most striking bit of art ever created about World of Warcraft. I think,
and Carbot.
Yeah,
Carbot.
Yeah, but an individual, like, if you like someone hang that on their wall is just like, it's an homage to a past that's now dead. It's completely and utterly
really
dead.
rough. And I believe Scott is he's selling these, but it's for charity. In a few different formats, and you can, if you just go to Scott's thing, you'll be able to find him.
Yeah.
So that's just like a little bit of color to the whole situation. I think, yes, it is a perfect storm. So many bad. It was a perfect storm before the stuff came out.
Like, it looked bad back in April. I actually saw someone like making reference to something from a little bit of the past where someone's like, I can't believe a couple months ago the worst thing we had to worry about as World of Warcraft players was 9.1 being a bit late. What I'd give for those days, like.
Oh, wouldn't it be great to be back there? Wouldn't it be incredible?
Oh man, this content's a bit late. What are we gonna do? Fuck me.
I've aged a decade in the last 3 months. It's
same.
Oh,
Big
wow.
Same.
But okay, let's talk about
World of Warcraft.
Shards of Domination. That's not what the patch is called, but
fucking might as well be.
It is our first story. So, Shards of Domination, buffs and fixes. How utterly exciting. Where, with the weekly maintenance in each region, Blood Link has been buffed by 20%. Winds of Winter has been increased by 45%. So they're doing this rather than doing the big nerfs, which I think is certainly the way to do it. It's the way to do it. People were not particularly thrilled at the just nerf that slipped into the game, then was taken away.
Secret nerfs just before someone killed Sylvanas and didn't get the kill as a result. Thank you.
Shard of Rev. It's now going to drop from Sylvanas. I'm sure this is big news for many of us who want to get our Shard of Rev. And
Rev nuts.
What's it? Oh, wow.
Sorry.
Then, yes, this is the big one. Shards of Domination can no longer be inserted into an occupied socket. Developers notes, we've made this change to prevent accidentally losing a shard by inserting another shard in its place without first extracting it. You can purchase a Soulfire Chisel to extract embedded shards from Bonesmith Hyrmere in Korthia for 2,500 Stygia. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to proclaim that I have the answers to all of the pertinent questions of the day. But what if you dragged a Shard of Domination onto a Shard of Domination, they just swapped and the other one would be in your bag?
Unreasonable.
I'm not saying I have an IQ of 500,000, but I think that might have been the solution from the very beginning.
Definitely thinking a little bit outside the box here, and that's not tolerated around these parts.
I love how this outside the box thinking is literally just going for the most immediately obvious way for this to work.
Yep.
No, they'll be destroyed if you don't use the chisel.
Jesus, what the fuck do you mean?
Oh, it's the fantasy and the world building. I just sit there thinking about, here am I. I've got my hammer, I've got my chisel. I'm just going, there we go. The gem's out and put it in. That's just how satisfying, I really feel like I work for my Shard of Dom. I don't even own a shit. Right, okay. So I don't actually own the chisel because I've got 2,050 Stygia. I've had 2,050 Stygia for like 2 weeks. And I have had a thing to swap into my bit of gear.
Fuck.
But I've just been like just with everything going on as well, like I was like, okay, I am raid logging, fuck it, I don't want to go near any of this shit, just with everything swirling around. You guys know what it has just not felt like, it's big time to play WoW. So I've never got the 450 Stygia. So I've got all these fucking shards. I just need to go get some Stygia. There you go. System's fixed.
Yeah, I'm actually going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. I'm going to offer even further outside the box thinking.
Oh my
God. So if we say the Soulfire Chisel is absolutely 100% necessary. In this thinking, this is solid. What you do is you make it feel cool.
Yeah.
Which means you have to go and this is very TBC, but imagine you had to go and do something in order to put the fucking shard into the chest or into the gear in the first place.
There is an airplane full of mythic raiders. They are coming into Belfast International Airport and their mission is to kill you.
Good. Good. I hope they succeed. But like that's my thought. It's like there's a way where you could have that be a really soulful fantasy where you go and you have to use almost kind of like the Rune Carver, but maybe it's in the raid or maybe it's in the middle of Desmataron or something. And you have to go there and socket it. But you do that in a world where, you aren't changing them all the time. You do that in a world where it is a solid thing. You'll maybe be changing this once every couple of weeks by design. But that's the thing where you can have...
Any Covenant members in chat?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think, is there a way to have all of this stuff that feels fun and interesting in the old school kind of way? You go in, you get your... You see, you have this big animation. You're drawing in some ancient Maw magic to fuse this gem to the piece. So to get it out, you need something really interesting. So you go do a quest and then buy it for 2,500 Stygia. Look at that. You've got content. You've got some soul in the same system. But then, it's like we're in the middle right now. We're in the middle between this beautiful, soulful, this is how it was in the good old days boomer shit. And then you've got Zoom Zoom Mythic Raider. And we're just stuck in the middle. And no one's happy.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's the problem. Like,
yeah, now you did talk about soul and soulfulness. Remember, soul is just a currency called anima.
Fuck off.
Remember.
Fuck you.
I mean, why experience pretty animation and some soulful gameplay when you can literally collect soul points? So, yeah, there you go. Shards Domination. Fixed! They're fixed! They're better now!
Snorted like?
They're great! We love them! Just so they confer zero interesting gameplay benefits and are just an annoying way to lop off X% throughput and then put it back, give it back to us in a different way.
Yeah.
So, epic, love it, epic.
Yep.
Now, speaking of actually pretty epic, Deathgate teleports added to the Sanctum of Domination, and when you are like me and you are paying so little attention as you are doing your corpse run that you, in one corpse run, actually fall to your death twice, and then you have to get Leon to Warlock teleport you to the boss, because, yeah, anyway, right, Deathgates, they've been added to assist in traversing through the Sanctum of Domination. Blizzard finally did it! After a month of the raid being out. Very swift, just like the day turnaround hotfixes, the time walking XP. That's it. People, said, hey, we don't feel like the traversal's where it needs to be, and bam! Instantly fixed.
Fucking wee, fun place, fun detected. Oh man, I love whenever things take ages in World of Warcraft. I have so much fun when my corpse run takes me 20 minutes. You know that run from Korthia up to the actual raid? Great. Where you go through Desmataron and there's 500 mobs that try to kill you, so you have to respec the tank to make it there, or make sure you've got the comfortable barding, or else get a summon. Because it's all a nightmare, awful experience. I love that. That's so much fun. I really, really hope no one at Blizzard ever removes that, because it's just so engagement. In fact, I think it counts for half of my fucking player engagement. I log into 2 different accounts just to do that run. It's fun. Hello, fun police. I'm having fun. Please remove that one.
Ah, I see. You're doing the old reverse. Huh?
Yep.
I just take a summon because I'm lazy.
It's we lost so much time in raid to corpse runs. Like literally just, especially with how soulstones work.
I suppose, yeah, it does decrease the sort of, it diminishes the gameplay experience of the raid, absolutely. There was also that time we lost all of that like pre-raid time because you were on the Draka Thrall quest, and that phased you in such a way that your character just like couldn't do Sanctum, or is it your character? What was it again?
Yeah, so I was on the Necrolord part of the campaign a couple weeks ago, which is the Draka and Thrall quest. And that quest takes place in Desmataron, or the fuck it's called. And being in that phase despawned the summoning stone and despawned the raid entrance. So I was in a phase of that zone that didn't have the raid entrance. but I couldn't abandon the quest because you know how they do phasing now, where I'll go into the zone and then the quest givers will appear. So I had to finish all of the quests in that zone to return to the correct phase because we didn't have a warlock that week to actually teleport me into the instance. I could not get into the instance myself without finishing quests, which, you know, I had no idea of, like, that was going to do that. I had no idea that I wasn't going to be able to abandon. So I just had to spend the next, like, 15 minutes doing these quests. And because I was in Desmotron, I couldn't find a time. I was in Holy Spec, and I couldn't find a time to actually go back to Ret to do damage fast enough. And I was just sitting there hitting things, but like, please, can I just have this quest be finished, please? And then there's another part where I fucked it up, but it was there was one of the quests you had an item that helped you kill stuff faster. I finished that quest early, so I had to kill a load of dudes without the item to help me kill people faster. And it was just, thanks. This game's designed fucking impeccably. There's so many ways to make your own experience terrible in World of Warcraft that it feels anti-design sometimes. It's brutal to me, like, vile.
Epic. Yeah, well,
Yep,
you know what?
great
I just take a summon and I'm happy as Larry, so...
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it runs on my PC.
My lived experience is fine. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so to continue through what's going on in World of Warcraft, your Covenant-themed Pepe costumes are here. This is round line 56, and this is big news. You know what? I like them. They're nice. Moving on. Sorry, Pepe. Burning Crusade Time Walking for a handy source of item level 226 gear that, of course, can include some delicious domination sockets. And speaking of the walking of the time, fun detected. Now, this is an interesting story because is this clearly an imbalanced thing? Yeah, absolutely. So should it stay like that in the game? No, it shouldn't. There's a bug, we should fix the bug, but we should maybe try to think a little bit about why people enjoyed this, what they want to do, and people's engagement in systems.
I actually have an incredible way to open this. An incredible comparison, right? So, this is a bug. This is obviously a bug. It is not what they wanted. It's not designed. It was accidental. And it would have, you could easily see how it would devalue work in long cases. It would devalue work for other players. But players who were making use of it found it was fun, found it was interesting, found it was good. There's the immediate comparison that came to my mind is Street Fighter 2.
Of course.
Yeah, of course Street Fighter 2.
Absolutely. It's where I went to first myself.
Yeah, so combos in Street Fighter 2 were a bug.
What?
In Street Fighter 2, when they were designing it, they did not intend for combos. Because the original Street Fighter was just you just trade hits, basically.
Yeah.
Combos were actually literally a bug in how the game was designed. And they found this during development, and they went, well, this isn't what we expected. This isn't what we wanted. Hang on. This kind of slaps. And thus fighting games were born.
That's exactly what they said.
Yeah.
He just turned around and in perfect English said, this kind of slaps, boys.
Yeah. So this bug that they went, hang on, this is a bug, but this is better. Should we keep it? Fuck it, let's keep it because it's better. Yeah. And then, they birthed an incredible genre, possibly the best genre of video games there are. And then the opposite version is this an improved player experience? Delete it now. Get rid of it.
So I'm going to zoom in here and try to put a tiny ounce of nuance into the situation. I agree. I agree. Yeah. I do think it shouldn't be how it was, but just so people understand, right? Earlier this week, players noticed they were getting huge amounts of XP while completing time-walking dungeons, to the point of 1.5 to 2 levels per dungeon during level 50 to 60, which pisses me off because why didn't I do that on my Shadow Priest? Anyway.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's my fault. But yeah, there's this leveling bug, right? You could zoom a character up super, super, super quick. And it makes me think of WoW Legion. Right, remember everyone the Legion pre-expansion event where you were getting so many levels, and it's a sort of thing it obviously could not stay in the game forever because then leveling would never make any sense, right? When you could just do it with the Legion invasions, but for a little tiny event, It was a bunch of fun. People got loads of alts, and that got them all hyped up and ready to play more Legion, which of course was a great move because Legion was an expansion where your alts did equal quite a lot of stuff to do and collect. So here, you could just do 5 time walking dungeons. Bam, level 50 to 60 done.
Incredible.
And then as Dakors very well put it here, instead of many grueling hours farming Shadowlands dungeons or doing the really fun and interactive fill the bar quests with Threads of Fate. Threads of Fate. That thing what they put in the game one day and then forgot to balance. That's the wild thing about Threads of Fate. You know, we were initially being like, oh, okay, Threads of Fate, we're getting a bit of Diablo 3 adventure mode. I could sort of see this working. Yep. No. And then I remember the content creators, we were going through it, and people just kind of thought, oh, okay, so this could be good, but wow, the XP is kind of stingy. Because Threads of Fate's slower just during the campaign.
Yeah.
And they haven't touched Threads of Fate. So it's a bit weird because the campaign is literally faster. But Threads of Fate, the follow-up thing for alts, is just languish. I think most people would agree that it is oddly tuned. So that's a bit weird for Threads of Fate. However, as one person in the community pointed out, considering we had similar XP gains with the last time walking week, this was most likely intended, but you never quite know when something might be hotfixed, so I suggest getting it done soon. So it seems this wasn't intended, and it's time to dungeon spam or Threads of Fate for your level 50 alts. I guess the engagement metrics for Threads fell plugs. All right, TJ. All right, man. All right.
You're getting some. The snark out of you is getting rough.
Snarky boy. And this is he called this out with a little happy face, so he's clearly a happy chap. I'm really happy that Blizzard took just one day after it was mass posted on news outlets to fix this dire problem when it took 3 weeks to make Shards of Domination not overrideable. Ha ha! Yeah. Now, I do think this should have been nerfed. I don't think it should have been nerfed into the ground. There's a few ways to do this. If you wanted a quick free win with the community, you could just make a tweet saying, hey everyone, we've seen the bug too. We get you're having a lot of fun. We all know that this can't stay in the game forever. We'll give you 1 day, 2 days, whatever.
And
then we're going to nerf it. They could just do that.
Yeah.
Or they could have just nerfed it by half. Or, done some major nerf that makes it a bit better. Now, I know it's their problem is, oh yeah, but if we make it the best thing to do ever, then it's the only thing people will ever do. But also, it's not a time walking week every single week.
Yeah.
So this is the one thing where it would be acceptable for this to be just a little bit faster than normal. So I think they should have understood that people saw this and were like, oh fuck, I can level up my alts. Finally, okay, I'm going to blast a bunch of them. Because, of course, alts means more playing of the game, especially with the Covenants and all of that stuff. So, I understand they see this problem, they go to fix the problem, but it's like you can fix the problem but also kind of hurt yourself and not make people happy, and I think that's what happened.
It's extremely tone deaf because you think of what they could do. Like, not even just the obvious ones of, we'll let you have it for a day, or we'll let you have it for a week, don't go too crazy. They could properly just go, this is now the standard, or, now you can buy an XP bonus for time walking badges that are only active during time walking week or during time walking whatever. Maybe that's a 20% XP bonus that's active all the time or active only in time walking dungeons.
Oh, stop you with these ideas.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the stuff where it's like you could make this fun, you could make this interesting, you could make this engaging. Like, honestly, if you actually took the time to think about players, communicate with players, or speak to them, you'd probably learn that if leveling 50 to 60 took half as long, you'd have twice as many people. Not twice as many people playing the fucking game. You'd have some people playing the game for twice as long.
You'd have more alts.
If you put in Covenant campaign skips, you would get more people playing the game.
Yeah,
I would be playing a couple of alts just for pugging raids and stuff whenever I've fuck all else going on. If I could just go, okay, here's this character, I can just worry about gear. But I have to worry about every other system in the game, and I log in and go, nope.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbreakers and Endwalker?
Why do you think I've played so much?
Yeah, so the reason I bring this up is because that is a game you can entirely play on one character, and you can play all of the different jobs, but also all of the different like job quests. Right, leveling up process for all the different jobs. And what is, because it's that thing, I'm generally quite reluctant to just say make leveling super fast for everyone all the time and stuff like that, because in the past I was always in the camp of no, leveling should be paced like Wrath of the Lich King, faster than TBC but not blazingly fast, because you know what, it took me a decent whack of time to go through that Wrath leveling, and I remember appreciating it, enjoying it, spending a lot of time in those zones. I was going about my business versus the more smooth and streamlined and fast experience of today. So I'm generally not pro zoom at all in games. What I think FF14 has been able to do, though, is actually get both in a weird way. Because at least this is just how it plays in my psychology. And it's going to give me brainworms that's going to slow me down as I progress through FF14.
Yep.
Because I probably want to play... There's a few things. Dancer looks really cool. Samurai looks really cool. Dark Knight I need to do for the story, of course. Yep. But leveling a job really quick. Zoom. Your whole character moving through everything a lot slower. So it's that weird thing in World of Warcraft where, you know, what you're doing in your single FF character, I'm in my head making that analogous to your account-wide progress in World of Warcraft. Even though, you know, if you made a second character in FF, it wouldn't be like that. It's just you don't need to make a second character in FF in the way that you do it in WoW. So there's that bit of me that's just kind of thinking, like, would it be better if everything was, like, just tuned, you know, way more, I guess, slow as an overall experience as you progress your account? But the individual things you do, like leveling up a class, like those things are fast. Yeah. I think that promotes this feeling of, well, freedom. This kind of like, oh, look at all these possibilities. I'm going to go for them. Which is what people, I think, get excited about when they see an XP imbalance situation like that.
Yeah.
So if I was to say anything here, I think it's perhaps a bit of a wake-up call that we should make some sort of account-wide progress system beyond achievements in World of Warcraft. I think it should be thematic. It should be fantasy-driven, like, say, the legacy system of SWTOR, and there should be a sort of thing going on where, you know, if I cap a currency in my main, maybe VP, there's a boost in my ult, like there was in Mists of Pandaria. Same goes for a reputation, but with reps, of course, making it so that most of that is account-wide. Yeah. It's tricky. I mean, if you could just play every single class in one character, you could easily see the FF stuff transplanting into WoW in a successful enough way, actually.
Yeah.
But I think something like that, so that when you get your main up, maybe you then have a way to get XP, you know, potions or something, because there used to be XP potions in World of Warcraft from various different things. I remember, was it Kroll the Blade? Okay, I remember the NPC name. Wow, that just appeared in my head. You know, you'd be grinding him all the time, wouldn't you? In the middle of Pandaria at the wall, he was over there. Your man, anyway, for the XP potion. Or the Christmas event for the XP potion. Then they removed all those things from the game. Like, why can my main not earn an XP potion that can go down to an ult? So, you know, with this, it's like, they should have nerfed this, but they should have let it be higher in terms of XP than it was beforehand, and they probably also should have buffed most XP sources in Threads of Fate.
Yeah, I mean, that's more than anything else, that's what I'm kind of thinking here. This feels like all of the symptoms of a group of developers who do not have the time or the freedom to do things that will be good for the game that aren't part of a big plan, part of a big track. Because the correct, well, I mean, it's a lot for me to say the correct, but what I think a lot of people would enjoy is if they looked and went, okay, what is the response here? The response to this XP bug is positive. People want to play. They could probably look at engagement and see some numbers went up. And then they go, okay, why was that? Let's have a think. People like more XP. And then if you know, like I did sitting here, if they had the time and the patience, not the patience, that's not the wrong word, the time and like the freedom to sit down and just go, okay, how do we make use of this? Because this is clearly an improvement in how our players feel. How can we actually, you know, go forward with that? Even if that's as much as you can fucking spend anima to buy XP pots for alts that work from 50 to 60, like 20%, 30% XP, go for it. Just anything that feels actually part of the game, something to engage players, to give them that bonus, something to feel good. But that's the thing where I feel like the developers just don't have, like they clearly don't have the capability to do this. And obviously, like, this isn't like some big brain game design stuff. This is simple logic looking at things, which implies that it's not that they can't do it, actual like competency wise, but production wise they can't do it. That's what it feels to me.
Yeah.
Because there's no other reason they can take a number down by, you know, more than half instantly, but they can't fix other problems for weeks or months. That's what it comes across to me. Like it's grim that I'm looking at this thing and just thinking, well, this is emblematic of so many problems, but I really feel it. It speaks a lot deeper than you'd imagine at first glance.
Yeah. And like from their perspective, it's just, oh, there's a bug in the game, fix the bug.
Yep, fix.
On to the next ticket.
Yep. But if they had the time,
Yeah.
if they could sit down and go, fuck yeah, actually that's a bit interesting. Huh. Then you'd maybe have something.
So for other things going on in World of Warcraft, Darkmoon Fair, by the way, 10% doesn't work for the Archivist Codex.
Yep.
Which, I mean, would make sense because then people would try to stockpile and then only do the turn in when they get the 10%.
Yep.
So, anyway, right, there's that. Okay, moving on. There are many new job openings on the World of Warcraft development team. Now,
14?
This one we'd seen a while ago, a technical designer, senior game designer, level designer, rewards, class, combat, game designer, class combat, encounter, quest, content, principal game designer, technical designer, design manager, which was your man who we covered in the news channels. Craig, it was Craig Morrison, was it?
Yes.
Yes, who's left. And then associate game director, which we've covered before in the stream. So, bunch of new roles, but this is the August 2021 update. So they're still hiring for all this shit. Still hiring for all this. Here's a list, and then also...
That's more now, is it? Or is there multiples in that?
I don't know, seems to be multiple. But if we then go to Mr. The Brian Halinka. Hello there, Brian. There he is. Where is the thread? There is the thread. Yeah, just talking about that, talking about, okay, well, you know what, I'm committed to being part of the solution here. So join the team. And they have a class combat designer. They have another class combat designer for tuning. And then they have a game designer for PvP content. And somebody said, we have in the doc here, is this just replacements? No, this is growing the team. Yep. So the World of Warcraft team is expanding. That's good news.
Also, reading one of those tweets, you might get your wish.
What?
When he said about the PvP...
Do I get to be happy?
Yeah, so you go back to that Twitter, actually. Back to that Twitter. Scroll up to the PvP one. This position is primarily focused on creating PvP-focused content like arenas, battlegrounds, world PvP events, and what might come next. That clearly kind of boilerplate.
What might come next?
But what might come next? Are they going to design a battleground?
No. I mean, yeah, hopefully. Hopefully.
Yep. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, so this is great. Mm-hmm. This is basically great. I mean, there's not too much else to say other than clearly they have... No one should ever be saying that it feels like you're dealing with a multi-dollar company or, oh, Blizzard, they're a small indie dev.
Small indie company.
No. There needs to be more people, clearly. Clearly, they just don't have the production capacity to ship what they really need to be shipping, and they've had these production issues since 2018. Ow! This is good. There's not much else to get into other than I hope they find great success in bringing these candidates on.
Of course.
Now, that said... pretty rough time to be hiring if you're Blizzard. You might have to increase your opening offer or else because you're not looking that hot.
Or you get, you get people who are probably either super hyper Blizzard fans to the point where they don't care about everything that's going on, will join anyway. Or you get people who are maybe not politically motivated, but, they're they're motivated by affecting winds of change at Blizzard, who may not necessarily be the best candidates for the position. But at the same time, yeah.
I think for a lot of the... I can't see someone be like, fuck, we need to fix all these problems. Cool, I'm going to immediately go to Blizzard, because I don't know. It's just that thing. I can't see Blizzard being an attractive sort of prospect for really many people right now. Because if you are super passionate about fixing all those problems, like, are you going to take on the role of PvP designer? No, you're probably, I don't know, you're probably going to be going for another role, right? So I just think it'll be a tricky time for them to hire.
Definitely.
So yeah, there's that. For other things then in our sort of pre-stream doc, do you have a little thing for this week's new videos? There were many.
Thanks, Dakor.
Yes, we've got, we did our big Warcraft 3 video, which I think people liked the video. They may not have necessarily liked the overall situation going on there.
Yeah.
And then our big one on the dreaded lords and the funky statue.
Ever-living statuette.
It was super fun. Also some Azerothian super weapons featuring a lot of real nice custom work in Blender, and really just our team getting better and better and better, which has been awesome.
I was going to say that's some of John's best work to date, but
yeah, we've seen what
people have not seen what he's been posting in Slack today, which had me split laughing, so I can't wait for people to see that next week.
We've got, this is the first time I've seen this thumbnail. Jesus, Rory, what have you done with the man? Jesus Christ.
Bobby's
is that the one we just published?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bobby's
I wonder how that's doing.
Bobby's got more chins than money, apparently.
Yeah, we got that. We got that. There's there's been a lot, and there's other stuff in the news channel too. We've been very, very busy in news. So yeah, there's just some of the new videos. Suffice to say, while this is not going to be the longest stream ever,
Gremlo on the go.
a lot of content came out of us this week.
Yep.
Oh my god, we spent a lot of days in the parlor. So we do have this fun little thing that was put together of just the WoW people checking out the FF. We've got Limit Max heading over there. We got Towley. We got Sloot. We've got Nawa. Now we've got Now. We've got Nagura. We've got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Community manager, World of Warcraft, throwing it open. We got Luxthros. We got the Lazy Peon. Yeah, he's back.
Yep,
he's back. Not sure the FF people are thrilled about that, but I think they'll maybe be happy to see that he's I think given it a more proper stab. Yeah, a proper stab, and seems to be enjoying it a fair amount more. So I'm glad he's doing that.
Yeah.
I've played no FF in the last week and a bit, but that changes this weekend because finally I have a fucking free weekend. Oh my god.
Yeah. No,
basically, I was doing New World stuff instead because the beta was running out, and I'm glad I did because New World's since been delayed an extra month. But yeah, gotta get some big rogue business going on.
Yeah, no, we can always just spam me through Dungos to get you up.
Yeah, well, it's the MSQ that I need to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, my FF progress has been so scuffed. It's just the numbers abuse in my brain. I'm like, well, I need all jobs to at least 50 immediately, and that's been devouring so much of my time. I'm close. Only have 3 jobs left. And then everything will be at 50, and then I can focus on getting Ninja from 75 to 80, then get Gunbreaker and White Mage to 80. Because I need one of each role so I can do all the Shadowbringers role quests and get the little bit of content that they put at the end of doing all 4 of those.
I need Red Mage. Fuck, so I want to do Red Mage, Samurai, Ninja, Dancer. Those are really called out to me so far. Oh, man, there's just so many. Yeah. It's tricky. So the last thing I did in FF was just basically continuing with MSQ. Now that I've got Rogue like up to par with the MSQ, so I can continue there. We're finally going with Ascians? Ascians, yes. Right. We've dealt with some issues. We've helped the Sylphs. Dealt with that. And now it's some Ascian time.
Yeah.
Good fun. And in between that, I've been doing the Rogue class quest, which, of course, written by a very particular writer that everyone loves. And, yeah, it's been really fun. But I need to properly get in this weekend. Because, my God, it's been hard getting anything done in the last week and a bit, because we've had a whole bunch of additional work things.
Yep.
We've got a whole bunch of additional work things. It's just been just sort of chaos and stuff. And, All that said, I do want to beautify our Notion a lot.
Play
A
FF.
lot of
Please
Notion
play
dev work.
FF. That's way more useful.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
That's way more useful. Yeah.
But I also want to make the front page nicer for all the team.
Team can fuck off. You can play FF. I mean it. Fuck, he's playing FF.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. So that's, I mean, my very limited FF update. As for you did want to talk about diamond weapon stuff.
I did want to talk.
In our
Yeah,
last stream. We
yeah,
really
that's
got to that.
that's right.
Should I bring up the notes?
Nah, it's fine. Don't think I wrote any notes. I just scribbled down stuff I wanted to think about. But no, I finished this was like, what, a week? What? How does time work?
Oh, barely.
How does time work? Because I don't know if that was a week ago or 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago now.
A year.
But anyway, no, Diamond Weapon Extreme. Fucking sick. It's, man, I immediately like what I've seen of Extreme stuff more than like normal raids and WoW by a significant margin a lot of the time. Just because it felt so, it's the idea of you have to react, everything's so simple that you get, it's like, I don't even know how to describe it properly, but like, execution is hard enough that you never get to just kind of zone out.
Yeah.
The pacing of things coming in is always next thing, but not like overwhelming. It's always like, oh, I've handled that. Okay, where am I at? And it's like the way I explained it, I think to you a couple times, how this stuff worked was, or how it feels to me, is like there's parallel processing going on where you're going through what you're doing in your job, and then you hop over to the thread of dealing with a fight. And because of how it's paced, it feels really not gentle, but it feels like you've got loads of time to parallel process everything that goes through.
Yeah.
And you've got all of the time to think of everything. So having like hopping into a group and going, someone spams a macro that gives everyone's position, and people call out what marker they're going to take. Someone throws the world markers up, and everyone just goes. But all 8 people are actually going ham. All 8 people are falling, 4 people are moving at a time to do a mechanic. Sometimes it's 2 people moving. Sometimes it's like, all 8 have to dance to avoid the flood ray, which I think I've started calling floor ray because it kills so many people. But like dealing with flood ray is just such an enjoyable thing to do. It's not like the most difficult thing to do. It's not like it's the most, complex thing to strategize around. It is literally just, you've got your number, you stand where you're supposed to be. You see, oh, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Oh, I guess you'd be 7. Is it 7? Yeah, you'd be 7. So 3 gets hit. So 3 moves, 7 moves into their place. And it's just so satisfying to do this, especially with a group of 7 people who are competent and, have maybe have done it before, maybe haven't done it before. And it's just so interesting to me. Where I really enjoyed it in a way. I was like, fuck, that was really fun. And then I tried it a couple different times, different party, didn't get it, killed again. But I was like, man, this is actually really fun. And now I'm immediately going, okay, well, I want to do that, but I want to do it on a job that's harder than Bard. Not to say I did very well. I definitely dropped my dots, but I'd love to try the same thing again, but playing Ninja, or maybe tank it next time, something like that. And I'm very close because my Ninja's 75. So I'd love to do.
Yum.
But it was just like the mechanics were all just really well done. That's how I felt.
It'll be a long time before I get to see any of this shit.
Well, that's the thing. You can do extremes at 50, like Asmon's been doing. Just not modern content.
Yeah, so that's him doing the extremes at 50, and because he's doing it at 50, it's like unsynced. It's just sort of going in like.
Well, he's doing minimum item level, no echo.
So, yeah.
So he's doing it as close as possible to originally intended. And extremes are kind of in the realms of normal difficulty where they're not that hard. They're not that hard,
so,
but they're hard enough.
When he does that, is he doing that like all with people in the same state as him?
Yeah. Yeah, because
so there's no like stronger players who are sinking down.
I mean there are, but they're sinking to the minimum item level.
Okay.
So and because stats and stuff are so simple generally, then it is fairly close.
It seems like, at least based on, because I was looking at parses, not that you're supposed to be doing any of that, but I was looking at, or not parses, it was sims. I was looking at sims of the various different jobs, and it was surprising how close they all were. And when I think about them having generally a more simple itemization system, more simple design, less, I mean, there's not player freedom within how your thing plays. It does seem like it's a way more just syncable game. Where it seems like if you try to do the same thing in WoW, like just the shit would start breaking.
Yeah.
All over the show, right? So
Yeah, well, I will have the disclaimer that it's not perfect in FF because design changes over the years for, especially when you're going back to A Realm Reborn stuff, design changes over the years make it significantly easier. Because, as an example, TP used to exist. Now it doesn't. So you've not got that problem of, like, as an example, a warrior can now hold AoE aggro all day long. Whereas previously, you could do a couple overpowers, you're out of TP, you're like, fuck this. Or, you know, as an example, physical jobs can now sprint. Because it used to be if they sprint...
physical jobs couldn't sprint in the past.
They could sprint, but sprint would take up all your TP. And that's what physical attacks relied on.
TP being...
I think it was called tactical points.
Okay, like I legit just did.
Yeah, so there's there's HP, MP, and there was TP.
Right.
And that was used to like stop you from spamming your strongest physical abilities.
Yeah.
It regenerated at roughly around the rate of your standard rotation would drain it.
Okay.
But then if you sprinted, it emptied it all. Which means, you know, you sprint as a melee thing.
And suddenly you can't.
Don't have TP respiration. Now you're out of stuff to attack. And that's like one small part because there's obviously loads of class job changes. There's loads of like role actions that are different and new now. Because I mean, role actions weren't in ARR. They were in the cross class days where you would, similar idea, but you would borrow moves from other classes. And then there's kind of a, how to put it, there's kind of a meta there that you had to do so everyone had the same sort of roughly, but it's very different, but it's as close as reasonable. It's as close as reasonable. And it just makes for, slightly easier, but still, you can't just skip mechanics.
Yeah.
Basically. You have to do the fight roughly close to design. Maybe not as hard, but yeah. You still have to do it. And I really, really interested in once we have a good couple players from the guild up at like decent levels, I wouldn't mind going back and setting aside time to do some of the extremes in the way they were. Or
totally.
even doing what do you call it? Even doing coil. Doing coil synced seems like it would be very bad.
I definitely want to do all this shit properly.
Yep.
That's why I've not been rushing through the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't see the point in rushing through a game and ruining it. It's that thing. Like it's really easy to progress through a game if you're a streamer, because turns out sitting down and playing the game is your job. For us, it ain't like that.
Honestly, I have genuinely been feeling some wild amount of envy for all these streamers playing FF.
Same, yeah.
And they're just like, oh my god, look at them. They're doing like, they've got the energy to do more difficult content. We've got all that stuff. Whereas I come home from a day of work, I'm like, I'm doing leveling roulette and then going to bed. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about it. That's just what it is when you're doing VOD content that's not based on live gameplay.
Yeah.
So that's our fault. That said, we're getting better and better at doing VOD content.
Sorry.
How'd you get in the WoW numbers video?
Oh, not quite finished, but getting there.
Okay. I'm almost done with Terrellian, and Khadgar's done as well, so
Yeah. By the numbers is almost
gaming
finished.
time may be coming soon. Maybe he's finally got ahead of his scripts and work and he can play video games again.
Hope so.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. There's people talking about a gift wrapping exploit.
Gift wrap exploits?
Yeah, what's this gift wrap exploit that's being talked about in chat?
I really hope this is an elaborate D's nut stroke.
Oh, gift wrap exploit.
Any luck?
Well, no, that is an owned core post from 2013. I don't think that's what we need. Let us know in chat.
Let's do some live research.
What is this OP Gaming? Let us know what this gift wrapping exploit is. Oh, by the way, I have turned on super chats.
Nice one. Nice ones.
So if you have any questions or things,
Yep.
they be there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a game breaking exploit. Apparently, I'm very confused. I also don't know if I am just falling for a meme.
Doesn't appear to be a meme. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless it's no, no, it can't be true. I was gonna say that gift wrap exploits from 2007 originally.
Oh, is this one in TBC Classic?
So could this be a TBC Classic one? This the old one?
Is there a reason live streams aren't announced in Discord anymore?
Oh yeah, shit, that bot's broke. I need to take a look at
Oh
that.
yeah, the bot broke. That's all.
fucking
Yeah,
need to
we
look at
need to
that.
take a look at that.
I forgot about that. It's pronounced a Jeff Trap exploit. Fuck off. I suppose while I'm looking at chat, someone did say, I hope one day you do Ultimates, Matt. If you're reading, you'll love it. I really, really want to make sure we've got our FC static going. Because whenever we have 8 people there, I want to start trying to prog Ultimates with them. Even though that's going to be, somewhat taxing at times perhaps. And maybe we'll have to see how difficulty changes going into Endwalker of them. If any design changes or the inclusion of Reaper or Sage kind of blow them out of the water. But we will see. We will see.
So honestly, there's just a whole bunch of ping-ponging through my head right now.
Okay, so OP Gaming says it's a retail glitch used to get level 54 artifact weapons at level 10, all items scaled to their aspect endgame eye level. Yo, tell me how to do that. I mean, no, would never do that in game.
Absolutely, never do that. We are
Exploits
honest.
are bad. Exploits are
I
bad.
never watch Archvalder and his Warcraft hacks. Never. No Archvalder.
Oh, it'd be so
Archvalder's channel is quite fun.
That-
I just love seeing the game be broken.
I think
I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it's interesting seeing how the stuff that Archvalder's able to
yeah. I mean that's the,
make appear.
Yep. I mean that's the. I completely lost my train of thought. Fantastic. What were we even talking about? I don't know.
Gift wrapping.
Yep. Good.
That's done, yeah,
Good.
so.
Just had it. Just brain turned off. There's the supers coming in. Hello, everyone. Thank you,
Hey,
everyone.
Razor Claw. On Matt. Do idea for time walking. I think it's good, but have the pot last through death and make it worth some good amount of badges.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so that's actually the thing then. Is we both have big ideas of what we would really want from a time walking 2. Let's assume there's not going to be a time walking 2 for a second.
Yeah.
And let's instead think, okay, with time walking as is, what are the things that could be done? And your idea of the XP boost, I think that makes a lot of sense. It'd be a great way to get people to join those time walking queues, to earn those tokens, to buy those things. Just it would be healthy for the system. And certainly, yes, if that is a boost that persists through death. Whoa, sorry. There's not even bubbles in a Vit hit. There's. I suppose no. That could be something about the boomer juice I just drank.
Something to do with that, perhaps.
Okay, I'm staying sugar free and being a good boy.
That's not sugar free, is it?
Vit hit, dude. Vit hit.
Is it?
100 mils has 1 gram of sugar.
I don't know. I just assumed.
To me, is an acceptable amount of sugar.
I just assumed it
Try
was
to
the
keep it
same as
low.
all the other drinks that are like, here's some healthy 50 grams of sugar, like pug.
Yeah. So XP boost is one good way of doing things.
Yep.
Any other ideas for time walking? Any other things we could do to fix it up? Gotta be a bit more fun. I mean, there's crazy shit going on right now. Like, it's TBC time walking, if memory serves. And so if you remember the start of Netherwing, you go from hated to normal or something like that super quick. Now, if you have, it's like 100% XP boost during the time walking weekend, those quests that take you from hated to neutral, bam, they take you straight into way revered or honored or some shit. You can get so much of Netherwing at barely any time. So that's one example. Right now, time walking weekend, it's not just the dungeons. If you want to go do some of the old reps, great time to do it. If I had a working brain and was not always in a constant state of panic, maybe I would go and finish off Scatus or do some other things. But that's one thing that you can do right now in time walking. Is there anything else? That's what I wonder. I mean, I guess this has got to be a world where we don't get what we really want, which is mythic time walking, where it's actually hard and fun.
I don't know. I just feel it needs something to make it more dynamic. Because that's what I think is the problem right now, where it just feels like the same thing. Where it's the same thing, obviously not week in, week out. But every time it comes around, you're like, it's time walking. It's 4 or 5 dungeons for just the same dungeons. Nothing different, nothing changes, nothing's new about it. And it's always just normal Sanctum gear. It's I don't know what to change about those variables to make it more interesting. But I definitely feel like it should probably be looped into endgame in some way. That's kind of my problem, where I feel like just make it give something that makes me want to do it instead of going, well, I'm going to get a 226 bit of gear, but it's a random loot box of gear, so I don't trust it to be good, because so many, well, yeah, it is actually years now of the disappointment box has properly trained me to not want randomness anywhere, because I've been burned so many more times than I've felt good.
That's the dangerous thing.
Yeah.
I guess I'd think, number one, a suite of things that are good for alts. So maybe expanding things out. Could we think about a time walking set of any form? Could you maybe think about some of those that time walking gear you can just buy from the vendor?
Yeah.
Perhaps some upgrades for that, so that you could maybe send some upgrade items over to an alt, and you could get, I don't mean up to like super high item level, but just give people another option.
Yeah.
Because certainly if time walking weekend rolls around and a player thinks, oh, it's time walking weekend, sweet, I'm going to do some stuff, I'm going to get a new alt really quick, and I'm going to get, that's the sort of thing that is probably healthy enough for the game. Especially in a world where it's either that or Threads of Fate. So there's maybe something that could be there on the alt catch-up gear side of things. Because, I mean, certainly if you told me you can get your catch-up gear by earning time-walking badges, upgrading that gear by just doing time-walking dungeons, I will do that over Korthia. Because that is definitely more fun to me than just sitting in the middle of a map and waiting for icons to appear to go and kill a rare that's not a rare.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. There's then a bit of me that thinks, like, is there anything else we can do for time walking to extend it to other parts of the game, into the open world? I'm not really super sure. It would be cool if there was a way that, like, oh, it's time walking weekend. Cool, I'm going to go back to Outland and do something. But that just...
that would be cool.
You could do that as an incremental content update to time walking, where, with TBC time walking, just while it's active, there's a little, I don't know, Chromie and a few of her buddies are... in Outland, and they're maybe just doing some timeline research, and maybe you just redo a few old quests, even if it's legit just doing some old dailies in some new way or something. I don't know exactly what it would be, but there could be something to do there. Do you have any thoughts on how you could tie it into maybe an endgame character more?
Yes.
Oh shit, he's got ideas, folks.
Ideas.
My god.
They're not my ideas.
Oh.
They're the ideas of the Final Fantasy XIV design team. Basically, I was thinking, when you said world content, I was thinking, how do we get that, how do we get that to work? How do we get that to feel good? How do we get everyone in Outland for a week? How do we get everyone in Pandaria for a week? FF14 doesn't do time walking, doesn't do that kind of sim event, but Fates are very much that kind of thing where when there's world events, you see a lot of people flocking in. You see a lot of people hanging around in particular areas.
Yeah.
So how do you evoke that again? And that's give people reasons to go there, which means you do things like... Now, it's a bit awkward because I don't think that, throwing a world boss into Pandaria is really a good idea. But I feel like you could get away with stuff like that. You could get away with basically doing invasions, but they're infinite invasions, flavored to that specific like area. Run those for a week, have them spawn really nice, make sure they give plenty of XP, make sure they give some currency for in-game, just a little bit. And I mean in-game currency like something like if we had justice in the game, that would be nice, but we don't. So imagine they give justice, they give honor, and when war mode turned on, stuff like that. And then you could have like Chromie as a vendor show up. I mean, you give them their own token, so kind of like time walking badges, but probably revamp everything they're good for. Use them to upgrade gear, use them to like have even more cosmetics and stuff like that. Even limited cosmetics that are kind of, here's a big explosive. Here's fireworks for this Pandaria firework, and it's like limited use. All the stuff that they kind of get away with. Have a load of that. Have a load of toys for sale, but have a little bit of a thriving hub somewhere in that zone. So instead of the way there's people you'll see people crowded around the Timeless Isle to buy stuff. But if you can move more stuff there, make it a little bit more dynamic, have daily quests, like you say, even just repeatable daily quests, but you're doing the, what I call dailies again, the Cloud Serpent dailies,
Yeah.
But they give you a big stack of time walking badges, and you can use them or you can trade them for Justice, you can trade them for Valor, you can trade them for current mats as opposed to old mats. Then suddenly you've got all of this leading into the end game, and that's a little bit of work to update it, but it's just that idea of just spawn content that matters for every player in those zones. Do what you can to combat sharding too hard, so players all feel like there's no one about. And then get that feel on the go. We're just everyone's back in Pataria for a weekend or for a week.
What I'd say there is like, so imagine if a Fate operated like a World Quest where it was solo progression, because a Fate is a thing that is shared by everyone in your shard.
Yeah.
So you see a Fate in your map, you don't get to it in time. Other people are going to complete it. It'll be gone.
Yep.
It's like that with the little zone events in Guild Wars 2 as well. Whereas with a World Quest, it's just that instead of picking the daily quest up and going to the place, you go straight to the place and the daily quest is sort of put on you. But there's no sense of shared progression there. Whereas with a Fate, what can end up, not that a Fate's like a super cool thing being real.
No, you just go and you just hit your buttons and sort of glaze over for a bit, but you're doing something.
Like at least it's you're doing that. There's a bunch of other people with you at the same time. It feels like you're playing an MMO.
Yep.
And that is what people liked about the Legion invasions of Legion pre-patch. Yep. That is not something that Blizzard replicated with the Legion invasions of patch 7.2.
Yeah.
So if you can get something like that going, get us back into those old zones, that would feel pretty nice. But who knows? Because I mean, in Invasion, they think that doing a small number of those is what constitutes chunky world content for an end game patch. So who knows? But hopefully.
Yeah, it's just the same idea of spawn content that matters for everyone in the world. Do that, and there you go. If you can do the other stuff, it's, just... it's just the simple things.
Yeah.
Put content in the world, make the content relevant, design that content, design the rewards of that content to be relevant to people across the level spectrum. Even if you go, okay, well, even if it's limited. Well, I mean, there's an example. Tie that back into the XP pots where you go do those on a character, and now you've got an XP pot for your alt. You send that XP pot to your alt go does the same thing because it gives a bunch of XP on that character because it's below level, below level 50, below level 60. And suddenly you've got like a bunch of natural gameplay on the go. The gameplay doesn't have to be stellar. It just needs to be, something you're engaging in the world. And if it's the Infinite showing up and they're attacking a village, even if they're not actually attacking the village, they're just crowding around outside it, something like that is enough to make it feel real and nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'd be interested in a massive time walking version 2.
Yeah.
But if that's not going to happen, I'm just interested in what little tweaks can they do to the rewards and to some little bits of the content that can massively elevate that experience, make it relevant to more people. FF shows us that a wide access to past content on characters is a good thing. It's good for the old players. It's good for the new players. Therefore, how can WoW tap into that in a stronger way than it currently does with time walking?
I mean,
it's able to.
How do I put this? If you want to make a change for time walking, that could feasibly make it into the next time walking event in terms of implementation time, testing time, etc.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd have to wait to a 9.1.5 or something because I'm not super sure what they can push in a hotfix for as a patch. But problem is you'd probably have to reset time walking patches or introduce a new currency. But ignoring that problem, currency from time walking events, the time walking stuff, reduce the amount you get for the first clear and move it down to a big stack daily. Split that one clear out over a week of login daily and get your 100 or 200 for every first one, and then not down to 10 or 20 for everyone after, down to 50 or 100. Right. Make it feel like you're actually stop this bullshit of first time of the week, really valuable. Every other one's shit. Yeah, don't massively front load it, and then put on the vendors XP potions that work for everyone below 60, and then put on expensive things to work towards, such as here's a teleporter to, wherever that person is. There's a teleporter to the Timeless Isle.
Oh yeah, like little time walking teleports.
Yep, there's a teleporter to the Timeless Isle from whoever's selling, whoever sells there. Maybe that costs maybe that will take you, 5 dungeons a day all week to earn. Mm-hmm. Maybe, but it's still something to earn.
I
Just do that,
agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good start. One thing, mind if I charge my phone
Yep.
with that
Sure.
phone charging cable?
Oh, is Relias long enough to drag it across the table? Sweet.
Problem solved.
Big.
Okay, Vryn Thorn, Superdust, saying, speed of leveling or the ceiling isn't the problem. The problem is bad early game design and a lack of interesting content. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, you know, the first impressions, the new player experience are extremely important to the health of World of Warcraft. I think it's something that's just, because, WoW, you know, we're all so focused on our raiding and our endgame stuff, not enough time goes there. I think Exile's Reach was a really good start. There's certainly the odd issue, you know, right now. It's better than it used to be. I mean, man, I remember, say, Legion patch 7.2, right? Before the 7.3.5 changes to everything came in, where you know, you're leveling, you go to a zone, you do a few quests, you've out leveled the zone, you gotta go to the next one. It was a fragmented, awful experience. So I think the new one is way better. I have not leveled up new tunes through the old content much in a long time. I mean, I haven't really done it since I was trying to do all the different speed runs during beta. You know, during Shadowlands beta, when you know, we were like, oh shit, we do our run, they were like, oh man, look, Mephisto's got it in 5 hours 20. Oh shit, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure what to say, because I kind of enjoy the leveling process in WoW. I enjoyed it back then, like all these PTR characters I was speed leveling, and then, you know, I knew they were sort of discardable characters. There's probably something to be said for doing a bit more. I think, because of the setup of World of Warcraft for a new player, they go through Exile's Reach, and then suddenly it's BFA. They're thrown at the deep end. They don't really understand what's going on. I mean, there's no way a new player can go straight into the intro of BFA and, like, just be like, oh, cool, Cultras, yeah, I'm here. Who's Jaina? What? So WoW sort of suffers from, you know, it was not a game with an MSQ. Right? It never was. Like, okay, you look at Warlords of Draenor, that has an MSQ. You look at Shadowlands, it has an MSQ, absolutely, right? This through line of the content you've really got to do. But most of the game isn't like that. Most of the content isn't like that, right? It's just sort of like, oh, do a thing. Which, you know, I like, because I just like sort of exploring the world and sort of, you know, getting things. But I wonder if that's not working for people. I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of the game that, like, it could do better, but it's generally working.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about new player stuff, because that's just kind of awkward in a couple of ways. How you can really feel the problems if you try to do older content, but if you're doing BFA, it's BFA. But I think the problem is kind of how to put this. It's a little bit confusing. There's no, like, real way to know what you're supposed to do or what you are doing, because the Heroes Call board sends you to an area, and then that's a little bit disjointed because you have so many things to pick and chromie times working. It feels like it's kind of soup. Maybe that's because I kind of understand. I'm trying to, like, because I understand all the different parts, I'm like, what the hell's going on?
I suppose a totally new player runs up against chromie time and gets very confused about what that is.
Yeah, new players don't have to do the chromie time because they just railroaded through BFA.
It's their second character.
But it's more the fact that I feel like there should maybe be, and I hate thinking this, have another system on top of it. Not a system, but have a through line, have a reward thing that works. Because I would, I actually don't mind leveling. I have a ton of characters at like 20 and 30.
You do,
on different servers. I have an absolute ton of them, and I kind of enjoy a little bit of that early stuff. I do, especially with chromie time, doing like Southern Barons again as Horde's really fun.
Good shit.
Doing Stone Talon as Horde's really fun. Where else is it? Silverpan's fun. There's a lot of like little Horde zones that I haven't done in a long time or didn't do in Cata. Feel really good to do, but it's it's something about there's like a couple things that kind of come up against the wall. One is the price of flying. The price of max flying at 30 is completely insane.
Max flying?
Yeah, you know, the expert flying or master riding, the flying cost.
The 4K?
Yeah. That's way more than you get now when you get level, like, when you're going to level 30. It's way, way more, so that really annoys me because it's not optimal. I mean, sure, just buy a WoW token for that server, but whatever. And the other thing is hitting 50 and then going, ugh, I don't want to do Shadowlands anymore. I don't want to do Shadowlands content. That's kind of one of the major problems, where there's no point to leveling a character unless you're going to play at a max level, because the end game's a game.
Fair, yeah. And then
so I
Threads of Fate's, but
Threads of Fate is not very good. The campaign's not very good either, because it's the same story you've already done. But it's fundamentally the idea of we need some account-wide progression from other characters. That's what I feel is really missing. That's what doesn't tickle my brain in World of Warcraft the same way FF does, where I have damn near every job at like 50 now, because I've just been like, well, I'm too tired to do any hard content. I've been in Baja too much today. I'll go do a couple of lower level dungeons on like Scholar or Ast or like Dark Knight. And that's kind of nice. It's relaxing. And I know I'm happy to do it because I know this is account-wide progress. But I don't feel the same whenever the only end game I'm doing is on my Paladin. And then I'm like, if I'm going to go level a Horde on another server, it's like, it doesn't feel good because there's no progress, there's no gain. And that could literally just be a number that's ticking up that makes me happy. That's all it needs to be. But it could be so much more there. But I don't feel like there's anything for that.
Yep, I think account-wide progress is a big thing, especially for the existing players. I certainly am in that situation where, I'm finishing our MSQ on Rogue, but before I go through them, I'm going to be like, okay, well, there's more XP from this, from the main scenario quest, then I'm going to need to level one job.
Yep.
Okay, I need a repertoire of jobs that I'm going to swap between. So that I can learn all of those things and also make use of all this great MSQ stuff. And it feels like quest stacking. Yeah. It's like quest stacking my progress in the game. And I think the more you can do that, there's just something in our like RPG gamer brains where we're like, oh my god, I gotta stack my progress. So I'm what is it? Feeding 2 birds with 1 scone.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Or, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right, where it just is satisfying. It's satisfying. So, yeah, interesting stuff. I feel like some form of good account-wide progress is actually the solution to so many problems. Perhaps even a lot for the casual players, a lot for the mid-range players, and also a lot for the endgame players, too.
Yeah.
I mean, man, imagine if they could have account-wide progression in a few things, they'd be very happy.
Like, this is going to sound insane, but if I could get anima when I was just leveling, I mean, this doesn't make sense because of how the game's organized, but currency speaking, if I could get anima from leveling another character, funnel that to my main, and then unlock the higher levels, as buggy as they are, unlock the higher levels of Path of Ascension.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. I have a reason to go do all this other stuff, but I don't have a reason to play the game. And, the only thing I can do in the game that actually satisfies me progress-wise is do Mythic Plus. That's basically it. And I don't want to do that all the time. I don't want to do that anytime, to be honest with you, recently. Yeah. It's just, I'd rather just have... Can I do any activity and get some progress? That WoW doesn't scratch the itch that way.
Yep, so basically, justice points to allow for just more things to be more rewarding, and account-wide progression. That is basically a solution to a lot of problems.
Yep.
Bill Bo Baggins
Hello,
super chatted us saying, with the staff changes at the management within Blizzard, can you see a reevaluation of the direction of game design in the office? I think office. Could Bobby or investors push for a change with MAUs impacted? I think that, well, it's not just a case of think. People who I believe are in the know and would know this have said that the thing that needs to happen for WoW to really get change, because right now the devs are it's the Blizzard culture. The devs are the main feature. The devs are fairly shielded. But the main thing that's going to cut through any of that and actually get some changes going is numbers going down. Now, earlier we talked about Scott Johnson saying that from his sort of people within Blizz, that perhaps this current dip with World of Warcraft is the largest they've experienced and more than they thought they would experience. Now, if that is the case, and we have, J. Allen Brack, right? He was from the WoW team. Was Jab able to shield the WoW team whenever things would be tricky? Maybe he was. He won't be able to now, though. Maybe the WoW team is just going to be a little bit more a little bit less shielded, right? I mean, who knows?
For
Who
sure.
knows? This is all speculation, but you can see that with World of Warcraft having, by the player satisfaction metrics, lots and lots and lots of flux, and it being like the number 2 thing beside Call of Duty for this company, you could totally see a world where World of Warcraft has got to shape up a bit.
I mean, that's the thing I've been saying for a long time. Well, not for a long time, for a while. The closer World of Warcraft gets to death, the better it'll be in its rebirth. It's got that. Oh fuck, what's it called? Shit. I can't remember. There's an English term for it, but it's a thing that Saiyans do in the Dragon Ball series, where whenever they're close to death, they get a big battle power boost through recovery. So there's a point where, you know, I think it's in the Frieza saga, Vegeta gets Krillin to almost kill him because he knows when he heals, he'll be stronger. Which kind of feels
It's like a muscle repairing after a workout.
Kind of like that, but kind of like that,
are.
but for their whole soul and spirit. But it's that kind of thing where I feel like the
Zenkai boost.
Zenkai boost, that's what it is, yeah. So as soon as, you know, the more that, and I hate thinking this because I know if Activision come down with an investor driven and a shareholder driven vision for what the game could be and could do, then that's going to be bad. But if they're measuring MAUs and they go, we want more players to play this game. We want more money and we want more players to play this game. If this can come down on the team and, you know, they have a stern sit down with the leadership at Blizzard and the Warcraft team and go, make this game better now. That's the decree.
Mm-hmm.
Then it eventually will become better. Even if, like, I don't want this to happen, but if the team fail, then Activision would likely either cancel the project or replace the team and get someone to save the IP. So I imagine at this point, something as cold as Activision as a company, something as cold as Activision Blizzard as a company would go, well, this IP is worth so much to us, we can't let it die.
The coldness has its cons, and also a few pros.
Yeah, not that I want that to happen, I want the team to do the best, but
yeah,
if I feel like one way or another, something's going to go there if the MAUs and the income is impacted.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that pretty much is the case. Hopefully things go in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
We've got from Simon M, who's super saying, thoughts. Asmund commented on WoW toxicity. Did Blizzard's very handoff attitude in the early days, like with trade chat, lead to what they deride so much? Yeah, you know, I think with that, there's toxicity in all gaming communities, but some games more than others, and generally you will get more and more toxicity when you have systems, like say Mythic Plus exist, where it takes one bad actor to ruin somebody else's keystone, and it's all happening through a group finding system where players are, you know, more of just a resource, right? A means to you finishing your dungeon. So when those things exist, yeah, there'll be more toxicity. We've talked quite a bit in this stream, actually, about toxicity and solving those problems, and that basically it's just player behavior. It's not the player behavior that you want, but it might actually be unhelpful just to label it all as, oh, toxic players. It's just a undesirable form of player behavior that, you know, is probably being encouraged by game systems.
Yeah,
it's like solo queue. You know, solo queue, a lot of us would want something like that, but solo queue has got its pros and its cons. So certainly toxicity can be a con of a solo queue experience. I don't know, what do you think about the toxicity stuff? Also, this in Asmongold, I've seen a bunch of people talk about Asmongold and toxicity. To be honest, I see that shit in social media, I go, oh, this looks like drama, I don't care, and I don't get involved.
Yeah, I don't have any context. All I think I'm aware is I think he called the WoW community toxic. I think that's what he said. I don't know the context of him saying that.
I think most people will find the WoW community to be a bit more spicy than the FF community.
Yeah, the FF community are also right now they are very very incentivized to, you know, put on their best act going forward, but also they're you know, it's kind of what I guess that's the point of Simon's question being about, did the hands-off attitude in the early days lead to that? And I think that's what people will see the opposite in FF, where
they're more active.
Yeah, it's very easy to be, you know, to claim harassment and get someone gotten rid of, so everyone, you know, for better or worse, you know, puts on a happy mask and goes, okay, well, you know, the quickest way to get this bit of content complete is to be nice and helpful and thankful and be like, oh, yep, hello, Sprouts. Here's, you know, watch out, you're in Cutter's Cry. Here's a Chimera. When Ram's voice is casted, you know, get out. When Dragon's voice is casted, get in. And then, you know, that's the quickest way to actually solve the problem, because you can't brute force it like you kind of can in a lot of World of Warcraft. I think that's one of the things where that's also the incentive there is, if you say, fucking stupid idiot Sprouts, I can't believe you died over and over again, how do you use your brains, can I look this up, how do you not know this, how do you not look up the dungeon before you go in, and then you'll get banned, which wouldn't happen in World of Warcraft, and that's where some of that subtle difference comes from.
No, like if you look at World War, I mean, it's just general environment, right? Trade chat's full of fucking spam. You look at the group fighter, it's also full of friggin' spam.
Yep.
You look at /1 and it's just a shit show.
Yeah.
Your card Sanctum of Domination /1 is always going to be a fun time.
That's at least I wouldn't say that's toxic. I think
it can be funny.
Yeah, I think it's sort of okay-ish banter. Maybe a bit daft, but you know.
I wonder. Yeah, it seems like they do just actively moderate their game a lot more.
Yeah.
Or FF than Blizzard does for a while. Now, Blizzard did try to do some automated systems. I remember Asmongold getting silenced because people mass reported him or something to kind of like goof on him, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, it's tricky. So as for fixing things up today, I mean, man, the problem with the Mythic Plus system and how it works with the Keystones and the sort of risk and individual time wastage of the various people, especially the Keystone holder, like that is just a big toxicity sort of situation.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, we've even experienced it in like the first or second time we pugged.
Yeah, that was fun.
Right? And that just sucked.
This tank just left, not a word. You're like, sweet.
Yeah,
good.
Cool.
I guess that's 30 minutes of our time wasted, which is,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, and then because you deplete the key and because we're not really giga key timers, we probably only +1 it. So it's like not only have we lost 30 minutes, we then have to spend however many minutes trying to get back to where we were because some random tank from the group finder played terribly, ended up just rage quitting. Yeah. Where it's like, oh, cool. Well, that's a great experience.
There's no repercussions for that either.
I certainly felt some toxicity swirling up within me.
Oh yeah,
during that situation,
I swore like a sailor.
Yeah, absolutely. That was that was a fuck you on the ground you walk on for ruining our time. For wasting our time, you piece of shit. Like that's instantly where I went to because the system
that's what they
did. It really fucked us over.
Yeah, they did that.
Yeah, so
pretty
rough.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually there's a guy on Ranar was talking about this or the guy called Ranar on Twitter talking about this, and he was talking about systems and hostility and MMOs. He was using 14's Party Finder as a comparison, where you put in what minimum item level, you put in what classes, you filter by have they completed this before or have they not, and then if you fit, you can sign up and join, as opposed to you join a list and then the party owner can sift through the list and go, oh, what's your Raider IO? What's your Raider IO? What's your Raider IO? I'll take you. I'll take the best one. Which is, you can immediately see the immediate difference between, the first person who signs up, who fits, gets in, versus I'll wait for the best. But it's more the idea of that as opposed to direct comparison, because there's kind of downsides to both. Yeah. But the comparison there is, like, it's the systems. It's those simple things. Like, you bring that up out of nowhere without talking about toxicity. You go, well, that doesn't really make much of a difference. But then you think like really deeply and really hard about how that impacts player behavior over time. And then think of this across 100 different things. And you can see that if you track all of the toxicity in World of Warcraft back through, well, what about the game makes players act this way? You go back and there's probably been, nearly 20 years of decisions that accidentally have bred the community in one way or the other.
Yeah.
And it's kind of grim, but I think it's like I'd say the game development community as a whole is probably significantly more aware of all of these things now and how to interact with player behavior, because so much research been done into it. I mean, well, I was going to bring up riots, but maybe bringing up the person who was in charge of that, maybe not the best idea.
Oh.
Jeremy Lin. I thought it was Jeremy Lin. I think it was Riot Light. He was not a very nice person. Not a very nice person, which, why was he leading the player toxicity stuff? But but yeah, it's like there's ways to design systems that aren't like super punitive, but just naturally you're carving out the path for players to walk on. That's a bit nicer overall, I think. That's a good thing. Yep.
So we got from Travis, who said, "Feel like exploring the cosmos should have started with the minions of each force instead of the literal leader, Jailer. Feels like TBC did this right." Yeah, I could get that. I think it's that thing. They wanted to tie the Jailer into Sylvanas and do the whole thing, and build the Jailer into the lore of the Lich King, into Warcraft 3, into all of that stuff. And like, he's not the leader of death. He's like a rogue entity of death. As for TBC doing it right, yeah, it's that thing. TBC, I mean, it was Warcraft 2's expansion again, right? Beyond the Dark Portal. Let's go. We're going through a portal to a strange world, and it's all crazy and weird. And yeah, we see from a very like boots in the ground level outward, just look at all of these weird cosmic things. Whereas in Shadowlands, like, yeah, we're just kind of like hanging out in the afterlife, talking to all these people. It's like we're just meeting these Titan-like individuals, because like all these, like the Winter Queen, power level wise is the same as ANR. Now imagine if ANR is just a character we met like that, and quested with. We're like, no, this is like ANR. She's really mysterious, and you barely get to see her.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, they went way too quick on just bringing all these big characters in, and I think people definitely bounced off that, because it's just the grounding to the fantasy setting that people like the most. And I think that the more that you're bringing up the big chart and the big forces and the big stuff, it just makes people feel like, what is any of this anymore? That's the unfortunate thing. Even though all of those cool charts and these big ideas of how the cosmology of how it works, those can turn into really cool lore, and that can turn into really cool stories and content. It's just if you're really interested in the lore, you kind of prioritize those big things over the storytelling and the characters and the content bit, it can start to feel a bit weird to players. And I guess it's just that thing. They kind of knew where they wanted to go. Maybe they took us there a bit too quickly. Like the Jailer. I mean, certainly we went there too quickly. Like the Chuckler's got the sigils. We don't even know these sigils. We sort of know what they are, but they're just kind of MacGuffin that popped in patch 9.1. It's like, man, that's not the best way to make us care about this big new cosmic character that, power-wise is supposed to be... I mean, the Jailer seemingly is more powerful than his brethren, right? So, the Jailer is an Aman'Thul type character. And just the way we sort of deal with him. Yeah, it's weird. I think a lot of what you're saying there, Travis, is just because they've went really quick in these things. Perhaps it all would have felt better if the Jailer was like a looming threat for a longer time, maybe multiple expansions, like with Sargeras, and they kept like that. I mean, I think I could really agree with people on that one. If we let these things play out over way, way, way longer, then maybe it's like not even that the Jailer has a cool storyline. It would be that we hear of the Jailer, whispers, little hints for years, slowly gets built up. And then you just make the Jailer appear like Sargeras did. You're like, whoa. Mind blow. Even though the Sargeras stuff on a character level, like, we didn't care about Sargeras, coming down and doing that because of like some deep character or storytelling thing. It's because, oh fuck, it's Sargeras. We care about this world. We know what he represents in this world, and here he is. Yeah. It's not a deep emotional character story. It's more a story that's rooted in our emotional attachment to the world. That's the way to do it. You make us feel attached to the world. You hint that these characters are very important to that world, and then we like those characters, rather than trying to do the, hey, we're a narrative game, but also an MMO. Which, I mean, hey, FF does that. Yep. FF, I'll just admit, FF14 is not, I'm liking things so far and all of that, but big prescriptive MSQ, that is not the way I would start doing an MMO. Now, it's probably the way for them to do an MMO, because they're the Final Fantasy people. Yeah. But for something like, so I think, I agree with Travis. There's a different way of doing things. And perhaps they'll learn that, because certainly modern way of doing things has got a lot of negative opinions. But when they did get a lot of positive opinions was when they were showing us things in Legion that were just things were happening to the world that were well established through years of lore and speculation. They didn't go too fast. Whereas they kind of, they were doing all those Legion things, but maybe they forgot that like all of that Legion stuff that we got big hype for, like Argus and Sargeras and all of that, we were big hype for that because we'd spent years.
Yeah.
And they just gave us a big, simple, cool, awesome thing. Like Sargeras. There's no depth really there. I mean, there is in terms of some of the speculations about, ooh, Argus, what does he really mean? But it was just, flat out cool shit that was on this basis of, us just always being teased and being interested. But it's like if you just kind of go and then you sort of try to ram that through to people on a way faster scale, it's like, no, man, it just needs its time to breathe. So, yeah, Travis, I think if we were exploring the cosmos, but we started off a lot more slowly, I think that would have been a better way to do it. And there's a lot of people who are really not enjoying the non-grounded aspects of the WoW setting. I'd say if you did go a little bit more slow, you would be able to boil the frog a bit and win over some of those people. So it's an interesting situation. I enjoy the lore and all of that stuff quite a bit. It's just I wish that it translated in game just a little bit better. A lot of what I was doing today was going through books, learning about Terralion, getting all that stuff together for the video, and that's all been super fun. Yeah, I hope whenever we get Terralion and the stuff happens in game, it just happens at a nice pace. So, man, interesting. What do you think?
The only thing that I'm really thinking here is one specific interaction that bugged me and stuck in my head.
Uh-oh.
And that is doing the Tyrande, the Night Warrior, the Power of Night campaign step, or chapter of the, chapter. So I went, well, all of us who have done it, went almost to hell and back, nearly literally. I don't think we actually went to the maw, but we hopped all around the place to grab things for this ritual to help Tyrande as a Night Warrior. We completed it, we got it all sorted, and then there's this cool little fight against Tyrande. And it wasn't the most engaging thing of all time, but it was, it was better than anything they'd done recently. And I was like, fuck, this kind of nice. This kind of getting somewhere. I can see what you're doing. Sweet. I've actually sort of enjoyed this. Outside of it telling me to go from Oribos to Ardenweald just to talk to one character and then go to Revendreth, because I used my wormhole and then had to take a fly path, which took 12 years. But, fuck that. But the real problem is we did that ritual. It felt a little bit dangerous because Tyrande was getting out of control. And the solution was the Winter Queen showing up. It basically feels like she was walking around and then was like, what's that noise? I'll dander over. Tyrande, hang on. This is my sister's power. Would you quit that? And then stopped it. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? We've known this is a loon. We've known this is a loon's power. You've said something to the fact of your sister's pet. Why is the player character, why is Chandris not going, could you fucking explain something to us, please? What the hell's going on? Why did we have to go and do all that shit for Tyrande when she turned up and went, oh, I'll solve the problem? So you've got this great character sitting there doing absolutely nothing, and it feels so contrived and so pointless that we're doing all this stuff and all these great godlike characters are sitting around going, not really all that bothered, to be honest with you. And it just feels like the character doesn't exist in the world to me.
It makes the world feel very passive.
Yeah, it's like nothing happens that mattered. I just what was everything I did for? It was nothing. And it wasn't for like a good reason where I'm going, oh, okay, the Winter Queen came back from, being busy or anything. It was literally, how did she get here? What is she doing here? Why did we not go to her first? If she could just solve this problem immediately for us. It all feels so ass backwards and put together that it doesn't feel real to me. And I feel like the execution is a lot of the problem for dealing with a literal leader of all of these problems. It feels like there's definitely a speed problem, but there's an execution problem on top of that, where we've met all of these great and powerful characters and we put no faith in them or no stock in them whatsoever because they haven't done anything. The only one who's done anything is the Primus, and all he's actually done is tell us what to do, which is kind of fitting for a tactician or a strategist. But it's like, it's the great powerful Primus, he's back, we're ready to go. And I've not really felt that in any real way that's not just the story telling me it's that way, which is, most of the problem. Also, we've got all 4 of the sigils back. What's that matter? What did they do?
We're going to find out next week.
Are we?
In we've got super chat coming for that. But
I
yeah,
certainly
in
hope
the
so.
final step, which is going to reveal a bit more of what's to come. Which, I mean, I'm certainly interested in how they deal with this situation with the Chocolate having the sigils. So, yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Now we do have a super for you from Dragon Song, who said, Matt, you did the Japanese cutscene yet? Also, have we ever talked about how alts can progress your main's relic weapon in FF? Alt friendly. Also, Borgia is such a better grind system than what WoW has. I am just going to nip off for a second.
Yeah, give me a Pepsi. Where are you going? Which way?
I'll get you a Pepsi for
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Pepsi Max.
Yeah, Pepsi
No
Max,
less.
of course. Yeah, not regular Pepsi. What am I? I don't even know what. I don't.
Regular Pepsi for a regular man.
I don't.
Fucking maximum.
Yes, I am maximum Matt. That's it. Yeah. So, Japanese cutscene. No, I completely forgot. I have taken note of it here in this notepad I have here, so I will check that out afterwards. But I don't know. Did we talk about Bosha and relic weapon progression? Because I've been doing a decent bit of that for the past week or two. I literally can't remember if we've talked about that before. I feel like we have, but at the same time, fuck it, let's go again. I've currently got the animated Yukimitsu, the first step of the anima weapon for ninja, sorry, because I thought it looked cool and matched the Ironworks gear. So I went and got that, and I was what job was it? I can't remember what job it was, but it was a level 50 job that I went and did those Heavensward fates with. So I got like a level or two while I was getting that actual weapon appearance. So it is purely for appearance sake. It's not player power, but the step was go do fates, so the equivalent of dynamic events in the world. Do that in these specific level 50 to 60 zones. Did a load of that, got a load of XP on an alt job to progress a weapon for ninja. Then I took ninja with these weapons. I took it to Baja at level 71 with this new weapon appearance that I earned from leveling something else. And then I picked up the Bard bow in Baja and started getting an extra steps on that, which is it sounds complicated, but it's really actually not that complex. It's more or less just a whole bunch of different systems that go, do content here. Do content here in this level gap. Do it on whatever you want to get what is ostensibly just weapon appearances. And that's really, it's been so satisfying. It's the stacking multiple levels of progression across the place. So I'm getting XP while I'm getting, the crystals for the weapon step. I'm also getting fate progresses for my achievements, which is, a small part of it. And then I haven't even talked about Baja proper, because Baja proper itself is so fucking nice. It gets really boring after a while because it is a limited amount of content, but it's a grind. It's a grind with hard fights that keep me engaged. I haven't got a way to show them on stream, but there's videos by, is it June Bob? Let me find out real quick. I'm off on a bit of a tangent. Yeah, there's a YouTuber called June Bob who makes guides for the world of bosses equivalents in Baja, and they're the nicest guides I've ever seen. But they're also really, someone said Red Chocobo. Yeah, Red Chocobo. There's really, really difficult and engaging boss fights in what's the equivalent of a Timeless Isle kind of thing.
Right.
I would say Bosch is probably closer to the Timeless Isle in a sense. But it's got these incredible fights that spawn in the world. Because you're in a war zone, it feels like this war zone is active. There are enemies coming out. You get a notification, join the critical engagement. You sign up for the critical engagement. It starts. You're teleported to what's basically a world boss in the world. But you're in a locked off arena, so people can watch if they weren't invited to it or didn't sign up in time. And then this boss fight plays out in the world. And then you're getting XP on a character below level 80 from 71 to 80. You're getting metal which is a specific kind of XP for the zone. You're also getting Memories of the Dying, which are for the level 80 relics, which are BIS weapons now, but before that were kind of just mostly for appearances rather than anything else. So you've just got this massive, massive stack of stuff. You're running around, the music's great, you're doing fates that are cropping up, the world's really active, you're running around to try to get to fates quick before they disappear, because other people doing them at the same time. So you've got this whole big wave of people running around, doing all this content in the world. A critical engagement pops up, and you're going and doing a pretty hard world boss. And there's no lockout or anything like that. It's literally just, you could spend, 100 hours in Baja in a week, and that's perfectly fine. Not that you could literally spend 100 hours? I guess you could literally. There's plenty of hours in a week. But it's, man, I'm just so impressed with how it feels, even though it has its downsides, because it is grindy as fuck. Like, I've leveled from 71 to 75 in Baja, which is a couple hours, and I'm barely halfway through one step of a relic quest. And that's the easy step at the start.
I remember talking to Ash.
Yeah.
Ash, the ex-WoW CM. And she's like, I want to get every relic. And, I'd heard people around being like, good luck. That's going to be big.
Yeah, no, it's insane. It's so much work, but it's for appearances, so it doesn't go away. And that's the thing. It's like, Baja is your BIS weapon. This is where you're going to get your BIS weapon now. But your BIS weapon doesn't matter because everyone who's been progressing has already cleared their content. So it's the equivalent of, like a 7.3.5. Oh, you can get the best gear now, but you've killed. Everyone's killed everything on the hardest difficulty. Well, mostly anyway. So it just feels so natural. It feels so nice. It feels like you always have something to do. And then the fact that you're stacking all these different levels of progression at the same time, it's completely like, it feels like it's a grind that's really worth your time. I love it. And I haven't even done Lacus Litore or Delirium Reginae yet, which are very, very, very
fuck. Names.
terms.
I'm confused. Oh man, it's like I know fucking so many fragments from this game that I'm a complete noob in. It's going to be really weird when I actually progress through and the gaps start to get filled in and I actually understand things instead of my, I'm trying, but my life is kind of a hellscape right now and everything sucks. I want to play more FF though. Yeah, it's been my current fucking existence.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's okay to not really or deal with names all that well. I don't remember half of the castrums, and also Castrum Lacus Litore. I believe was it Matt in the FC called it Castrum Lickin' Licorice. So it's just Lickin' Licorice from now on. Like, yeah. Well, so yeah, the alt progress main relic weapon is just so big. It's like so I. Like I was saying, I was leveling a job while getting progress for my ninja weapon appearance, and then I got the weapon appearance of my ninja, wanted to play my ninja, so I went and leveled my ninja while getting progress on the appearance of my bard weapon.
That's just
and you can stack the shit. You can't do loads of them at the same time. You can only do one of each relic at the same time, but it just feels so good.
Quest stacking.
People
love a good stack.
Yeah, I can just feel all of the bars fill up as I'm going. I'm like, let's fucking go. It's sick.
Yeah, it's like, man, people like fucking cookie clickers, just bar going up.
Yeah.
Make them stack, it works. Now, there's one funny thing. So, first of all, tell you what, I'm going to click the disable super chat button.
Yeah, because we've got a lot to go through. And
we've had many very generous people, so thank you for that. And I'm just disabling the supers because, honestly, me and Matt are both, being level, we're burnt out to fuck right now, just with what it's been in the last 2 weeks. And, we don't want to leave anyone's messages behind.
Yep.
Now, I have been fucked up by Wowhead.
Oh no.
Perk, you and your team have got me again because they just they published here, it's like 19 hours ago, United in Stormwind, Hearthstone recreates what WoW is all about. And they talk a little bit just about some of the new systems. Honestly, shit, I don't understand yet. But just the end here. For many WoW players, United in Stormwind might just be another Hearthstone expansion. But it's safe to say that Team 5 realized what the Warcraft universe is really all about. Its incredible story. Mm-hmm. So between what you said on the walk home yesterday and what I'm hearing here, That's another game I've got to play this weekend. Oh, shit.
Honestly,
How do I play all of these video games?
yeah, so I've not done any of the Book of Mercenaries yet, but I was talking to you about the Book of Mercenaries for Garrosh, and it's just
Book Heroes and Villains.
Book of Heroes. Sorry, yeah, the Book of Heroes and Book of Mercenaries. So they were. So it's Book of Heroes, which is, you know, I did the Garrosh one the other day. I did the Anduin one yesterday, and it's literally just, you know, voiced characters going through. Here's the story of what I did, how I went up, and there was actually parts that I didn't remember from Anduin's story that it reminded me of.
Oh.
Which was like, you know, the idea that he went to train with Velen in the light, but that was against his father's wishes to an extent. And I forgot that was like the dynamic of him betraying his father's urges for him or wishes for him to be a warrior, to go be involved in the priesthood.
Yeah, isn't that the bit where Velen speculates something in a loon and Taronda gets like a bit pissy over it?
Yeah. So
Like,
yeah,
excuse me, that's my fucking religion you're playing with there, big man.
yeah. So
I will
there's
kill you with health power.
yeah. So there's something I kind of felt there and something I knew there, but then I was reminded in Hearthstone, and then I went, oh, Book of Mercenaries. These are new characters. These aren't Warcraft heroes. These are characters in the world of Warcraft, and I am promised stories in this free content.
Yes.
The,
Wait, it's free.
the Book of Heroes and Mercenary stuff's free. Yeah. They've been recently, all the adventure stuff has been free.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's it, because I didn't pay for it.
Basically just been monetizing the PvP stuff, and
Yeah.
I suppose it's that thing. Maybe they realized they really just needed to up the health of that game, and shit, I might have to take them up on this offer.
Honestly, like,
Fantastic.
if you're just like, especially because it's available on mobile, if you're just sitting there one day,
Chilling on the
you
iPad,
know,
having some fun. Yeah.
you're just in the bath, you're like, I'll just play some more stuff on the iPad, like, go for it.
Yeah, drop the
Whatever.
iPad. Oh no, the iPad's in the bath now. I'm dead. I mean, that's not how that works, but
Yeah, but no, that's the idea, where it's like, it feels so Warcrafty. Like, I basically get my World of Warcraft not really lore so much, but the kind of storytelling, the cute little stuff that reminds me of it. I mean, I will say the like Team 5's version of it is usually a little bit more, oh, look at us, we're having a sing song, we're doing some funky stuff. But generally, I'm like, yeah.
I've been told that like they're very aware of what Team 5 is doing, and that Team 5 is sometimes, you know, putting things out there to see how they go.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, Team 1 need to look at Team 5's output and go,
Team 2.
sorry, Team 2, yeah. Team 2 need to look at Team 5's
Team
output.
1.
Yeah. Team 2 need to look at Team 5's output and go, how can we get this feeling into our game?
Yeah.
Because it's just, it wins. Hearthstone is a better Warcraft game than Warcraft is.
For elements of the narrative. And
Yeah,
the
for
vibe
yeah,
of
yeah,
that,
for the vibe of the fantasy and all. Obviously, if you're into raiding or Mythic Plus, Hearthstone's not going to do a lot for you. But yeah.
Yeah. Man, okay, well, I'll have to check that out as well this weekend.
Yep.
We've got from Bernard, who said, leveling a job feels really good in FF. Got BRD and WHM to 80 and got close with Paladin 2. Probably going to play RDM, Red Mage, next to the role quests. Yeah, just the way that works. Like, I was just that bit where I was like, you know what, Bard, not fit. Like, it's fun and good, but man, some of that, I want to see what melee's like in this game. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I just talk to that NPC and start doing that.
Yep.
And because all of my gear is Disciple of War gear, it's like every time I level up, I just click the auto-equip best gear button, and, you know, all that gear that's already in my bags because I was leveling as a bard just goes with my character. I'm like, oh, wait, this is quite a nice, smooth experience. Sweet.
Yeah. Obviously, that specifically changes once you get above 50 and stuff starts to be more, you know, specifically for sets.
Ah, okay.
But it will work for certain sets.
Gotcha.
So, like, if you're leveling Machinist and you've got Bard gear all the way up to 80, you don't have to worry about gear at all. And then this is a large part of why I'm leveling all my jobs to 50, by the way, to make sure my armory chest is clear, instead of having gear from 50 to 20 or gear from 80 to 20 sitting in there. So I'm trying to clean it up so I make sure I have, you know, I don't have a bunch of low level gear anymore. I can just, you know, have everything to 50. But it's like the actual leveling of them isn't stellar.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing I'll say. Because the fastest way is if you can get fast queues, the fastest way is to just spam the highest level dungeon you have access to and do your daily roulettes. If you don't have fast queues, the fastest way is to do floors 51 to 60 in Palace of the Dead, and then same in Heaven on High. and then go into Boccia. And that is really mind-numbing. Really mind-numbing if you're doing it hour after hour after hour. But, I mean, that's the real victory of FF14. Kind of bored. A little bit bored. But it's a grind. It's a grind with results.
I guess that's it. Like, WoW has lost sight of that, like, not sight, but like that weird MMO grind of, I feel brain dead, I do thing, I progress, me happy, thumb up. Yep. Whereas the current version of that is, I am in the middle of Korthia, but I cannot relax or get into any form of flow because I'm just waiting for the next red marker in the map.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, if you're just doing that more traditional MMO face melty grind that we're also very aware of and familiar with, you know, whether it's Mephisto cutting down 700 million trees in a new world or that kind of thing. Like, I even felt that where I was just rambling around Fates, completely aimless on my rogue. And it's like, was I actively having gigabig fun? Like, no, not really, but I was just kind of going about my business and achieving the goal that I wanted in a way that didn't feel like it was full of friction or full of things that would pull me out of it. And I think that's maybe the little difference with some of the more modern WoW stuff where it's based on the rare farms. It's you can't get into a flow of gameplay in somewhere like Korthia because it's very much doing your loops for some of the chests and then just waiting in rares, which I don't fuck with that shit. That ain't what I do. So yeah, interesting things. And Dastil has a super chat here that I think is interesting to me because I wasn't aware of this. He said, I believe that after Endwalker, you won't have to play the story before to know what's going on. Oh, yeah. To avoid the huge grind to max level. Your thoughts? So, of course, I knew that Endwalker is basically the end of this big chapter.
Yeah.
And that after that, they will be starting. I believe the way that you put it is that Endwalker 6.0 finishes this story. And is it the Endwalker like patch and onwards content that's sort of setting up the new stuff?
That's what I believe based on what I've been told by Matt in RFC who...
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, he may have new updated info because I've not really been following a bunch of like the Japanese news releases and stuff like that. But last I heard, that was the case.
Cool. Yeah, so... Interesting. Now, what Dastil also said is something there to avoid a huge grind to max level.
Well, that would be the case where, you know, you can kind of... it's weird, because if the implication there, I guess, is they could remove the MSQ stuff, the MSQ requirement, for any expansion after Endwalker, but then you'd have to do the 6.1. So they could do like a new revamp, where you start at at the end of 6.0 and do 6.1, but I feel like that would might not be their plan. I imagine they'll still make you do all the MSQ.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Because I feel like that's the kind of thing where you start to run into problems that World of Warcraft has, where it's like, well, new players won't have done this content, so, you know, who are we making this for?
Yeah.
Is it going to be worth our time to put a bunch of references and a bunch of old callbacks into 7.0 content when, you know, people won't all get it? So I feel like the best move is probably fuck you to the MSQ, which is they're going to run into a wall at some point unless they can be really, really smart or take the time to redesign a catch-up form where you do up to 6.0 in like, I don't know, half the time because they've cut a whole bunch of stuff out or sped it up in some capacity. I don't know.
Well, we'll see what they do.
Yeah.
See what they do, and that's just it's good for me right now. I just know there's all of the story, and also the end of the story will be available quite soon. So I'm going to get to experience it as like just one big like whoa big RPG. It's going to be good.
Going to be big, like.
So Sathix Super saying, do you think the WoW narrative is actually salvageable at this point? Since the end of Legion, it's been all build up and no payoff. Is the WoW narrative salvageable? That is the question we just got from Sathix. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because Azeroth's full of problems. And solving those problems would provide the perfect return to form. I think players are just a little bit cosmic'd out. And it's not because, I mean, a bit of it's because some people are just like, oh, what, we're in the afterlife? This is a bit weird. I don't know about that. That kind of just, There's some of that for some people. There's also just, oh, we've been mysterious. Oh, Xalatath's a mystery. Oh, next expansion. Oh, she's still a mystery. Oh, there's mysteries everywhere. And then they get a very disappointing conclusion in Zoth. They get, just the narrative stuff. It's going to, apparently my mic keeps on cutting out. Or it was a gate or something. But that problem anyway where, it's a very cliffhangery way of telling the story or just whatever is going on. How can Blizzard fix this? Well, Teldrassil burnt the fuck down. The Night Elves are kind of fucked. Where do they live? What do they do? Who knows, right? So you've got the Night Elves with all their problems. The Horde. The Horde have got to rebuild their friggin' society, right? Beyond that, Gilneas. Again, is he going to go in there and properly wrap the place up? There's all the things that could happen with Turalyon that I've been doing a lot of writing about recently, and you'll see that video in like a week or two. There's so much there. There are so many storylines to follow up. And those can be followed up in a way that would feel like a return to form, I think. I mean, man, what would happen if the next WoW expansion actually just, it has an MSQ through the old world? Or, maybe 4 or 5 different, campaigns that we do through the old world to reestablish our kingdoms and refound our places and stuff like that. See, if you do that, Blizz, I think you'll just do a great job of bringing people back to basics, bringing people home, taking them home, showing them what they care about, bring them back to the heart. And that, I think, would be an absolute winner. And I think that, the WoW lore, it's not like in some weird, crazy, screwy position. The WoW narrative and storytelling kind of is to me. So I think if we just do that, return to basics, focus on those things with the core of the WoW setting, and actually get us, the players, rebuilding Azeroth after all the shit it's been through, right? Like, that big sword. We got to do something about that. Come on. Teldrassil. Well, how can we have a whole big, long, in-depth storyline about Teldrassil where we rehome the Night Elves, we maybe have Night Elf dissonance? And that could be if you want to do some morally grey, let's have the Night Elf IRA. Right?
Yeah.
This group of Night Elves where it's like, oh shit, you can see how they have a point. They really did get screwed over, but also they're doing some, mighty improper things as a response to that. You could get a real deep, complex, engaging storyline there with the Night Elves that I think people would be more interested in than just seeing, the most recent comings and goings and costume makeover of Toronto Whisperwind. Because of Blizzard's whole thing, right? They make their, we have character. All right, let's make her really angry. Let's give her great power. Let's give her a makeover. Oh, there we go. We've done all the processes of a Blizzard character arc. I joke, but, Taronda, Jaina, they both got powerful, got angry, got a makeover, which just feels a wee bit weird to me. Absolutely. There's so much stuff. And if we just look at Hearthstone and the ground that it's covering with its narrative, I think it just shows that there is an interest and an appetite in that Azeroth lore. And absolutely, yeah. The WoW lore, totally salvageable, can go in a great state. I don't think any perma damage has really been done. Maybe killing Tyrion. I think that was perma damage. I think that was a big mistake. But no. I think the WoW lore is totally salvageable. What Blizzard just needs to do is they need to understand that while they care greatly about the big cosmic story, most of their players don't care nearly as much as them. They need to realize that while they care about what they do with their characters, most players kind of like those characters and see those characters as symbols, and many players do cry at the cinematics and do all of that stuff. But for most people, the in-game storytelling ain't working. You got a lot of the players against you. You got the journos against you now. Yep. So let's just take it back to basics. Put it all in the game, not in the books. And I seriously think you could just do a WoW expansion that is World of Warcraft. Let's have a fucking breather. We're all a bit tired. Okay, maybe that's not the ideal expansion or name for an expansion. But we all know how Blizzard could do that and win all of us back. Like, you can feel it. I can feel it, I think, anyway. There'll just have to be a little bit of the old humble pie. taken that instead of the big, ambitious, crazy, we're the MCU story, nope, they have to take it back to basics and put in the hard work and just get the slow victory that is the better victory, the slow, healthy victory. You know, the current WoW stuff it's like a crash diet. You know, we're going straight to where we want to go, but at what cost? So yes, that is what I think. Perhaps you expected a more doomer answer, but I don't feel in the mood to give doomer answers, to be honest.
Yeah.
We do have from RazorClaw999 who said, another idea, this is in regards to time walking, would be to add a Aldor/Scryer rep to TBC time walking to the vendor for badges. That's an interesting thing. Is there a way, this would be cool in my view, is there a way for TBC time walking, or just for time walking, imagine this guys, imagine this. You have a little hub. So right now we've got the time walking vendor, but imagine we just build out a little time walking hub. And it's got some things to do. And as a part of that hub, we actually get to see, and because I mean it would be ideal if you did this at the home base of these factions, but if that wasn't feasible, you gotta have envoys of these factions that we quested with in the past, and those envoys, you know, have their dialogue be reflective of your level of rep with them. And that would be a cool way. You know, I mean, you wouldn't have to completely update Outland, but you could just give this NPC some text, and it could be interesting to us. So, both thematically and you know, for other reasons as well, I like that idea. I think that's cool. Yeah. From Laser Eye 57. Do you think the situation with Activision Blizzard and the lawsuits might pave the way for change in the game industry to be better? P.S. Do you plan on having a stream VOD channel or maybe not hide the VODs? VODs ain't hidden. VODs are on the front page of the Bellular Gaming channel. If you click there is a playlist. And that playlist has got the full-length stream VODs.
Indeed.
Yeah, so will this change the game industry for the better? Yeah.
It can't not. Like, it can't not.
I mean, we've already felt some of the impacts in the Northern Irish games industry.
Yeah.
There's an email that came through from,
oh yeah, that's right.
you know, to everyone. So yeah, I think people are going to be more aware of this shit, and you know, workplaces where people don't feel safe, where people feel like they're going to be predated upon. It's not a place that's conducive to good results for anyone, be it shareholders, humans working there, or customers, right? It's a lose-lose for everyone. So we need to get this shit fixed. And I think that, you know, like Riot was one story, but I think that with Blizzard, there was just that like little extra level of betrayal that really made it explode into the industry. And I absolutely think people are not going to accept that shit anymore. And I think within companies, the sorts of people who would enable bad behavior and would protect bad behavior are not going to feel like they're going to be able to do that as much. And the people who are subject to bad behavior are certainly going to feel like more people have their back now.
Yep, that's it. It's a culture shift, and it with every, you know, it's a wave basically, as far as I think, and it needs to build up momentum to actually wash some of the bad shit away. And I think that thanks to Blizzard being it's Blizzard. Look, they make all the lovely games that you used to like. I mean, I don't think I know anyone who's played video games and hasn't interacted with a Blizzard game in the past. Basically, even Zoomers play Overwatch. Like, you know, you've got StarCraft and Warcraft boomers, and then you've got you've got Warcraft Zoomers as well. But you've got the new blood of the new generation playing Overwatch, and I feel like everyone's got Blizzard. So it's just such a massive like potential for cultural shift from this being news articles, being everywhere, everyone thinking about it, because the bigger the impact it makes on what people are thinking, the more likely it is to stick. So you know, if someone, you know, all it takes is someone to see this and recognize the pattern in their own workplace, and then start making noise. Start making noise if they're, you know, if they need to like push to a higher level to get it sorted, or if they're in the higher level and then they, you know, they wake up to this stuff and go, if it could happen in Blizzard, it could fucking happen here. Let's keep our eyes open. And it just takes enough of that for it to sort of be a relatively slow shift, but also when it takes an explosion to kind of make everyone go, oh, okay, now everyone who sees this happen can start to make the changes
Yeah.
around them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's going to suck now, but it'll be for the health of the games industry absolutely over time.
I mean, it's a thing I think I said before. The alternative to this not being a big news story is it happening and not being a news story because it happened.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
so this is the best possible outcome considering a recent starting point, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So we've got another super chat from Ace of Hearts, who said, "Hey, you're finally awake. You're trying to defeat the Lich King, right? Got hit by some falling ice in the Citadel, same as us on that Death Knight over there."
Oh,
Yeah. Oh man, imagine that. Just wake up back in ICC,
yep.
which would probably mean I'd be in a motorhome with my parents, not able to log in and get the kill on Lich King.
Owned.
Big sad.
Yeah.
A yearning for a more simple time, perhaps. One that did involve valor points and justice points.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, hey, you know, give it 2 years. You'll be doing that because it will be classic Wrath of the Lich King.
Yeah. Yeah. But then
So-
we all know where class is going after that.
That's what I'm so fascinated by what they do there.
Skip Cataclysm straight to mists. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, everyone, it's classic Cataclysm. You know, the expansion where the veneer kind of shattered a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were there at the time, Cataclysm is when the WoW discourse started to get more iffy. Now, I know that there was all the casuals ruining the game. ICC 10, game over, ruined. In Wrath of the Lich King, I know that shit was going on, but like the general, because you know, Cataclysm, all the people who are ICC 10 raiders, there's a lot of friends and family guilds, they suddenly no longer had a place in World of Warcraft because of the changes to raids that happened in Cata, and it's like just the whole thing was so interesting. I mean, for good and bad. I remember really enjoying the first tier of Cata for as much as I played it before everything exploded, and I didn't play WoW again for a good few months. Sadly missed out on Firelands. But, yeah, it'll be very interesting when that happens.
Yep.
Man. But hey, who knows? Maybe that will happen, but just instead of Lich King, it's N'Zoth, and he actually had a big plan. I'm so interested to see if this is actually Big Nige dead. Or whether it turns out like N'Zoth actually, he was working an angle. I'll be, oh wow. They could get some mind blows and some people interested if they did reveal that he was kind of still going. But then a lot of people are like, okay, cool, so you sacrificed the end of BFA so you could pull a fast one on us now to sort of juice engagement. We see through you. That's
Yeah.
the cynical way of looking at it.
Well, that's the thing, because I don't want to say I've been thinking of this too long. I've been thinking about it a little bit, but it also kind of just came to me there. There's a way they could do the N'Zoth not really dying in a way that's really, really smart and really very nice. That doesn't feel like a big betrayal.
Oh, shit.
And you know what it is?
Yeah.
Wherever that dagger's gone, maybe go to Dragon Isles, maybe see Rathion, maybe have a whatever, but just, you know, the dagger shows up and then N'Zoth just starts talking to us.
Oh, shit.
And not in a way of like, haha, I am not dead, I will win, ha ha ha. But the idea of, hey there.
How's she going, boss?
Yeah, just well, sir, fucking Taran Endler, rightly aye. No, but going, hello, I'm N'Zoth. You may remember me from the end of BFA and Nyalotha. Well, that was a ploy. I really just wanted to kind of get into this situation with you because you can't have those Titan boys listening. They're not good for you. Can't have the light listening. What's the crack? Here's what's really going on. And just a little thing where we have N'Zoth in our back pocket being our secret Magni for an expansion.
Oh,
and
whoa.
other characters run around talking to us, but N'Zoth's in our back pocket, but like, no. They mean well, but I wouldn't trust that one.
Yeah.
Just that stuff where it's like, it feels like a good, where if you can make N'Zoth feel like a good character, then people would forgive that very quickly. And then we
Okay,
could have
fair, yeah.
good crack with N'Zoth doing stuff. So I think that'd be nice. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll deal with that.
you could salvage anything with a good enough idea, I think.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. No, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yeah. More N'Zoth. That would be good. And yes, I suppose in a way that it doesn't just feel like they've undone the whole thing we did.
Yeah, he can't just be, ha ha ha, I am back, and I am N'Zoth, and I'm going to try to kill you again, and I'm dead.
I'm in a different Titan castle.
Yeah.
I'm in Aldaz. I was there all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got from Sylphian, who said, would you mind explaining borrowed power for non-WoW players and how it differs from standard leveling or getting better item level gear through expansions and patches? All right, simple. So I say simple and then I just kind of go. I was trying to think of from
15
FF
minutes later.
because I don't think FF has these systems. Like in FF, it's just you hit max level, you get gear, you get more powerful. There you go, happy, done. Is that mostly situation?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's not
Pretty
there's,
traditional?
there's no complexity to it. It's just you're now max level, you have all your abilities. There's your gear. Good job.
Yeah. So the way to explain borrowed power there for a non-World of Warcraft player is that in the past in World of Warcraft, a new expansion would come out. You'd get a few new talents. And that would mean you'd be able to select some new abilities for your character. Now, they had a problem where they did that in every single expansion. Then gets to the point where they're like, shit, our players have got so many abilities and so many talents. What possibly could we give them that would be fun? Right? They just start to realize if they do this every single expansion, they'll end up with a bit of a problem. So what they decided to do with the Legion expansion was, well, they redesigned classes in that expansion. That's not super important at this point, but they redesigned classes to a point where they, at a baseline, were a good bit more simple. In many cases, anyway. And then, instead of that expansion giving you some new talents for your character, where you just pick those and those are talents that your character will always have, they gave you an artifact weapon. And not all, but like pretty much all of the like new mechanical power, because of course you still get gear and that gear gives you bigger numbers, but all of your new stuff was really centered in this artifact weapon. And that meant that by the end of that expansion, we had these big artifact weapons that were so powerful, they made our characters feel so good, and we had all these legendary items that gave us special effects for our characters, and we also, I guess, had set bonuses as well from like our raiding gear. So we had all that power, and then the next expansion comes, and they're like, okay, well, your artifact weapon no longer works, and your legendaries no longer work. That power was borrowed. Your character did not get that power. Your character was wielding that power, and then it had to put it away. And what happened there is for a lot of players, they're like, okay, it feels super, super fun. New expansion comes out. Oh dear, my character feels slow and bad. And then the borrowed power system of that expansion, Battle for Azeroth, people just didn't really like it. And it wasn't that fun in most cases. It had a bunch of design issues, but it was basically just that situation of, once more, all of our power is put onto the Azerite system, and then onto the essences. But it wasn't our characters getting more strong. So then the next expansion happens, we throw all those powers away, we join our covenants for a new set of borrowed power. And for a lot of players, basically, they're just like, no, actually, I'd rather just keep this slow and have my character be my character and slowly make it better, rather than a new expansion comes out, you throw the kitchen sink at me and all the different things in some borrowed power system, but then I lose it again and I don't feel like my character is progressing between expansions. You have a follow-up here. So wait, that means the artifact didn't give you any bonus to help you level through the new dungeons until better gear appeared? Well, the bonuses on those things were either like disabled, like flat out disabled for the the higher levels of the new expansion as you leveled, or they were scaled down over time. But essentially, yes. So a lot of people are, you progress your artifact weapon, then you throw it away. And there'd always be a degree of that where, you get gear in an MMO, new expansion comes out, you replace your gear. But I think it's just, and that can feel a bit rough sometimes in an MMO. But if you make that be your gear and a whole bunch of your class mechanics and so much of your power and your toolkit, then it feels quite bad. Especially when the new borrowed power system feels inferior. And that has happened multiple times. So that essentially is the borrowed power situation.
I actually think there's one very important part that I think is the most important of all.
Oh shit.
Because I think all of the power and all of what it means to be like strong in an MMO, and then, stat scaling getting cut and your power going away, your abilities going away, toolkits, it all feels terrible. But I think the most important part is that all of your work is for nothing. For gear, that's an established thing, right? People don't mind that. but it's just the fact that, your artifact power grind and then your artifacts in your bank. I feel like that feels worse than any of the mechanical things, the design elements.
Yeah.
They feel bad, but I think the most important part is I did all this work for fuck all, or for temporary. I think that's the really annoying part, because I'm going to look at my FF experience for that, where I'm just like, I can do nothing is wasted come Endwalker.
Yeah. In fact, this is a large part of why I don't play the WoW stuff as much.
Yeah.
I don't feel excited about the domination sockets or the Covenant stuff or any of that, because I just kind of know I'll work really hard for it, and then they'll just reset the damn thing super, super quick anyway. Whereas at least, if it was a artifact weapon skin, like, oh, cool, that's a thing I can go earn, or the artifact or the class mounts, things like that. So yeah, might be that. They certainly need to take some inspiration from, say, even FF and its overlapping progression potential and a bunch of those things. That's the player power situation, or the borrow power situation.
Yep.
So next we got from Keith Farrell, who said, so given events at Blizzard and the reaction of people leaving the game, what are the chances of 9.2 being dead on arrival? A sort of zero hype situation like 9.1. It depends. We will actually know better next week, or whenever it is that we get the final chapter of the Covenant campaign, or the new campaign, the Chains of Domination one, because that will really let us know where the story is going. Put it this way, if my personal headcanon of a new WoW patch is that Zoval basically uses Icecrown Citadel as his elevator, and we get a big, big final patch on the continent of Northrend, I think you will find that hype appear, because it will begin to feel more Warcraft. But if it is a very, we're going to the sepulchre of the first ones, following on from the Mad Broker, Al-Farim, and the stuff, well, for the people who have bounced off that narrative, it won't grab them from a fantasy angle. So that's basically what I think there. Depends strongly on the theming of the patch. And they certainly, people's baseline level of, oh, I'm interested in the WoW thing is going to be lower than it was given all of the stuff that's happened. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. So we got from D5K11, who said, tell me I'm not the only one who heard Jen O'Neill and Jack O'Neill, or who heard, like Jen as in General O'Neill for the Jack O'Neill character in Stargate. Drop my pen. Stargate for the win, indeed, and hopefully we will get more now that MGM has been acquired. Certainly there is a new StarCraft. It's funny, there's a new Stargate game coming out.
Oh, yeah.
And one of our mentors is the producer, or a producer in the project. So kind of interested in all this. I think it's Slytherin who are working on it. And for the follow-up super from D5K11, thoughts on 9.2 being, Northrend revamp and 10.0 being a Kalimdor Eastern Kingdoms revamp. Personally, I'd love this if resources are well allocated. I agree. Yeah, I would love that. And if they, let's just say the 9.2 Northrend thing is just them going in and, updating the state of the world such that it can act as a canvas for this patch's content. But then when this patch goes away, it's just we have this nice updated Northrend, not in a way where they've graphically remade the whole thing. Nobody wants or needs that. Northrend is Northrend. We know what it looks like. We like it. Then, for a Kalimdor Eastern Kingdoms revamp, I would love something like that. I would love that. I've already talked about it on this stream, but just that idea of your perhaps helping the Alliance rebuild, helping the Horde rebuild, and that can be the overall narrative. And that would allow us to go to all those zones and get all those really nice little stories. Because things we've all loved, like Stone Talon Mountains Horde, Silver Pine Forest, even just the nostalgic things like Westfall, That's all great shit. And you could, I think, certainly, I don't know how you do this for a whole expansion of leveling content. That's why I think the idea of it being an MSQ style thing that is just happening in those zones is probably the easiest way to do it. Take you through all those places. So I think that would be great. Absolutely. And if they could work out a good way for that to happen, you could really get a lot more interest in WoW again. just because you show Shadowlands and people are like, oh, well, that seems a bit, it's cool, weird, whatever. Traditional Warcraft is really what we need now.
100%.
Yeah. From Eugene. The thing from the Activision report that scared me the most was not the focus on MAU, but total in-game time. Maybe some stupid game design decisions were actually made to sneak in a hidden increase for this metric, just as inflation is hidden in by switching from 1 liter to 900 milliliter bottles. I didn't know they switched things to 900 ml bottles for the same price.
Have you not noticed that the vast majority of large bottles in shops are 1.5 mil instead of 2 liter, 1.5 liter instead of 2 liter now? Barely, yeah.
Shit, there you go.
Yep, no, the vast majority of especially the Coca-Cola stuff, they sell significantly more 1.5 liters than 2 liters now. The only 2 liters you'll find are like the Pepsi Maxes. Because they're not scamming bastards.
Good old Pepsi Max.
Yeah.
So that is interesting.
Yeah.
It's really weird. I don't think the devs do that. Okay, I think that is, in many cases, the result of what the devs do.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're doing it for that reason. I think they're doing that because they do a thing, and then they see the results of that thing, and if the results are that more people are playing the game, they think, okay, great, that's good. More people are playing the game, clearly they're liking it. Mm-hmm. It's just that if they're playing the game and not enjoying it because they're doing their chores so that they can feel good doing a raid, then you're burning through their goodwill as a raider to inflate your game time. Now, that might be what you're doing, even if it is not what you intend to do or think you're doing. Yep. And I think that basically captures what goes on. I could see, the big company top brass thinking like that. I don't think the devs think like that.
I imagine not. It's just kind of interesting because I have to keep comparing to FF14, even because I guess, yeah, I do have max characters, I do max level content, I'm roughly in the same place in both games. If I don't log into FF, I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Hardly matters. Whereas I don't log into WoW for a week, I'm like, fuck renowned. I've missed out on my weeklies. And now, to be honest, I'm missing some weeklies in, FF as well. And maybe, I'm not doing the Wondrous Tale stuff. Maybe I missed the faction report for the week. Maybe I'm, missing like my tome cap, stuff like that. I'm missing stuff, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm no further behind because the game's not moving forward every week that I have to catch up with. I'm not, missing the best form of gear from the Great Vault or anything like that. If I just don't log into FF, I come back and the community's moved on maybe a little bit. Maybe, more people have cleared raids and stuff, but I don't feel like I've been, fucked by not logging in. Whereas in World of Warcraft, I continually feel like I'm being, I'm losing out by not logging in. Which means I log in because I need to, not because I want to. And that makes me unhappy.
There you've went through the little tree of dissatisfaction quite handily there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not happy.
I think that puts it rather well indeed.
Yep.
Ah, dear, yeah. So we've got from Daniel M, who said, Warcraft is sentimental to me, a bond between my father and I. To see it go in this direction is such a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
I hope for the better. Absolutely. And I think that speaks to, why people feel sometimes sad more than angry at this stuff happening.
Yeah.
But also why people continue to stick with the game, even if they're not in the best state with it.
Yeah.
Or, maybe perhaps why people would be so willing to come back if the things they want to see were to happen. Yeah, for sure. And people are pointing out it's the FOMO thing.
Yeah.
You were saying, and yeah, totally.
Yeah.
RazorClaw999 said, Bellular, good idea. An open world, Chromie, Bronze Dragonflight rep for doing old school dailies or the like to spice up the week.
Nice.
But don't have the badge rewards there. You could absolutely do something there.
Yep.
With those factions. It would be a great way to do it. It's just, what is the content like? If it's just repeating old dailies, I'm like, okay, well, it's a way to use content that exists, fair enough. The more the merrier in a way. But I would like to see how they're able to bring some fresh ideas to the old world. Because I feel like a lot of Blizz devs probably do want to take us to the old world. But maybe they saw us, doing the Black Empire invasion things, and just people didn't really like them that much. And maybe they're just at a loss of how to actually do that in a satisfying manner. But absolutely, like we talk about Chromie almost every stream, because Chromie is just a handy way to really just do whatever you want, right? Chromie's such a useful character, like just narratively and mechanically. Yeah, so something there with Chromie would be great. Would be great. Another way of doing that, so there's different angles. One of them is Chromie, and you're all, it's all things about the timeline. In which case, if that was them taking old quest chains, then kind of remastering them a bit, but throwing in an infinite dragon tomfoolery angle, I think that would be really cool. Another way to do that and bring us back to the old world, if you just wanted to have that kind of daily style content, is just redo the faction reps. For our home factions, or maybe make a combined alliance and a combined horde faction that we could do some work with. I think that would be neat. It's just a case of what do you actually do for the content in the world. And certainly, as somebody in the alliance, I'm thinking, well, what if there's a problem in Westfall for me to help solve? I'm an adventurer, so sign me up for adventuring related deeds. Yep, make some cool deeds. And I guess that just is going to come down to making cool quest lines that people like. So perhaps, look at other games, look at the quest lines that have resonated with people, maybe a particular game that people might have in mind.
Maybe. Yeah. Not to limit them too much.
Yeah.
Just do whatever, as long as it's content and good.
Absolutely.
What an easy bar to get over. Content and good, thanks.
We got another super from D5K11 who said, do you think we'll see more playable races? I still want the very cool Remnant and Howling Fjord Grizzly Hills to join us so I can play one. That's a tricky one. I had a tricky one.
I don't feel it. I feel like there's something about how things have progressed with races that I just kind of feel like we're not going to get any. Same with classes. I'd be really, really surprised if we got a class or race announcement. Even with how allied races seem to do a good job, they just seem to kind of went,
it's an expansion feature.
Yeah, but like something about it, I just don't really. Just because Shadowlands got nothing, I'm just like, I don't really. To be fair, it was behind schedule and all, but
yeah, but I guess if Shadowlands gets nothing there, and the Blizzard House would say, oh, but what about the customization things? Well, it's like actually what people expect is both. People expect new shit and also good shit.
Yeah.
And, if you're sacrificing the new shit in order to make the stuff that should have been better than it was up to snuff, I mean, maybe you've got to do that, but you can't keep on doing that forever.
Yeah.
For sure. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I find it hard to see that. It was just because whenever it became so clear that doing those character customization updates seemingly was such a massive effort from the team.
Yeah.
And just like they were like production constrained. It just spooks me. Yeah. It just spooks me. It's like they can barely handle the systems that they're putting into the game. Surely those systems are made by people who also are involved in the new expansion. New expansion stuff. And it's like a situation where, we're struggling with class balance right now and all of these new things. Yeah. I mean, how are they going to get time to make a new class when they can't even get what's in the game in a decent enough state first time?
Yep, that's the problem. They don't have the bandwidth to do all that stuff. Should they? Absolutely.
Yeah, why do they feel like a multi-dollar company?
Yep.
Bit weird.
Yep.
But to your question, yeah, I'd absolutely love, get me some Tuskar to play. I'm down. But yeah, people love that shit. Yeah. Generally, it's just more of the allied race stuff people would really like. But who knows? Who knows? You could also say that it just ain't happening with Shadowlands because of the nature of Shadowlands and just Kyrians running around in Azeroth would break the lore a bit. So maybe they plan a return. Like, certainly they'll know that it correlates with money. It correlates with them earning money. They're going to want to do it.
But that's why I think they maybe didn't do it in Shadowlands. I feel like they maybe saw Lightforged and Void Elves were wee money, and then the next ones were less money. But less money and less monny. But I don't know. That's a gut feeling I have.
This bit me just thinks, well, it's BFA, so it's really going to be going big hype anyway.
Yep.
So we've got a super from Remo Rune CH, who said, just want to say thanks to Matt for the casual shoutouts. Been getting more people recently. Been planning to make FF14 lore content. Maybe maybe I can be the you guys of 14. Love from Japan. Dang. Let's go.
Yeah.
And certainly, yeah,
Good job, Remy.
it'll be fun to see the FF like scene. You know, just now that the game is getting a lot more buzz, just like seeing that scene grow, it's going to be fun. It'll certainly mean for new players they'll have a better onboarding experience, more community support, which I think is great.
Yep, that'll be very, very nice. So if you are trying Remy, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a super chat from Marcelo Cortez, Bizarra. However, it does say message retracted. So thank you for the super. I don't know why it says message retracted sometimes.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe that it's been retracted.
I think supers play up sometimes.
But let us know there. Let us know what's up, because we obviously don't want to miss anything.
Yep.
We got from D5K11, who said, did either of you watch Code Lyoko growing up? It's a great French animated show, translated to many languages. The best is American English version. It was uploaded for free by the network to YouTube.
Oh, I didn't know it was free to watch.
Shit, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I've never watched it. I've seen bits of it, and I've heard good things about it. I also remember seeing some shots of it and going, that doesn't look very good. But I mean, it's definitely seems to have been reviewed fairly well.
Wait, is it? I got confused between it being 2D and 3D because I saw like some 3D renders of the characters, and those have confused me greatly. Oh, is there like a new one? But like the old one is interesting.
The scenes in the real world have hand-drawn backgrounds combined with 2D computer animation for characters and moving objects. The scenes in Lyoko are presented in 3D CGI, so it's blended.
I see.
It's blended.
So that's an interesting thing in terms of 2005.
It's old, like.
So are we talking like Jimmy Neutron tier? CG?
I think it was very different stylistically.
Oh, I don't mean stylistically, but I mean just like way early 3D cartoons.
I believe so. But the French do some decent animation stuff. Was it was Wakfu French? Was it? The TV series? It was, yes.
Yeah, there's like a lot of Valerian. I mean, it's not animated. It's comic.
Because Wakfu looks fucking gorgeous. Like, animation-wise, it looks so good sometimes. I've not watched much of it, but it looks really nice sometimes. Coolio seems to look a bit less good, but I might give it... If it's free on YouTube, might as well give a little bit of it a watch. Like,
yeah, totally.
Nothing to lose.
That's just good for people to know, so thank you. Neat. Debbie Wells said, YouTube isn't wanting to send my question about leveling duties in FF, so have this with my thanks for all the content. Well, thank you, Debbie. Leveling duties in FF, do you have any idea what it could be about? Any
question about leveling duties? I don't know what question you could have. Leveling duties, I guess. Leveling roulette or leveling via duties? I actually don't really. I don't know what you could be asking. So just drop the question. Drop the question in chat, and we'll respond to that. So
we've got from Evan Barrow said, SWOTOR fan here. Would love to hear you talk about story and questing in FF14, SWOTOR, and WoW. Thanks for all content. Hope you get to play games soon. Me too. Okay, SWOTOR. I have went Sith Warrior up to level 50. Then I went... it's the expansion where you got the brother characters and the like Emperor dude. And I know I'm totally bungling this because the last time I played this game was for the video that is on our channel. Let me try to find, when was that video? It was a long time ago, maybe 2018. Which feels like a longer time ago than it perhaps was. Oh dear God. It was in fact 5 years ago. It was the 25th September 2015. Dear God, I am horrified at this realization.
Time is a bastard.
That was no way that was 2015. Oh my God. Okay, well, that's terrifying. Did I seriously not do another video? Oh, wait, no. The one I was thinking about, I did 4 years ago. So that's slightly better.
Slightly.
at the end of 2016. Okay, that's slightly in line with what I think. Yeah, I went through some of Knights of the Fallen Empire and Knights of the Eternal Throne. And basically, yeah, that it's trying to be an Old Republic game. It's doing a pretty damn good job as far as an MMO goes. Yeah. So it's one of those games, you know, you basically do just level up with its equivalent of the MSQ, right? That's just how it works. They redesigned their leveling flow and their XP values so that you could go straight through. Just doing that, no side quests. And that was great because the first time I played that game, it was like, man, fully voiced side quests that are kind of inconsequential. This is a bit of a drag, but I also feel like I can't skip through them because, you know, then maybe I'll lose out on some lore. But whenever you're just kind of going straight through its main quest, you're following the story, the Sith Warrior one's great. Then you get into the big narrative expansions like not Fallen Order, Eternal Throne and all of that. I hear they've got new stuff on the way, right?
I think so.
Yeah, they have new stuff.
I remember friends of mine getting into SWTOR a little bit when it first launched, and they were very disappointed by it. Never went back.
A lot of people have that. I mean, me and the people I know have that. Yeah, so for expansions, they had Knights of the Fallen Empire in June 15. They then had... And that was like them when they really were trying to sort of take the narrative in a direction where, you know, they sort of was like, oh, you are the Outlander. And that's kind of like they make the player role because I think they just realized, okay, we need to take our narrative in like this, sort of go forward. So they were doing that, and then you had Eternal Throne, which came out just over a year later. And then, okay, so it was December 16, and it took until April 19 that they... Okay, in April 2019, it was announced on the official site that Onslaught would be released September 19. So they went from December 16 to September 19. That's been decently long for an expansion, considering that Fallen Empire, Eternal Throne were so close together, but I think they were quite heavily narratively linked. So Onslaught was to follow the new story that was began with Jedi Under Siege, which I believe was patch content or something like that. Oh, right, then it got bumped back. So I'm just reading up the timeline to familiarize myself because it's been a long time. Onslaught's release timeline, nearly 3 years, was the largest gap between expansions and major updates, which typically occur annually. And then there is Legacy of the Sith. In celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the game, Legacy of the Sith was unveiled as the 8th expansion on July 2021 via an official Twitch stream. Don't know if it has a date. Interesting. So actually, it doesn't seem like a massive amount has happened since I last checked in. It's just Onslaught, really. And whatever happened in the patch content, and then there's this Legacy of the Sith coming. So I should probably check that out and see what's going on. SWTOR, it feels like you can play that kind of similarly to some of the FF stuff, where, you know, you're just kind of going through a linear storyline in an RPG.
Just a game you can play at times like?
Yeah, whereas with WoW's, I think it's just their issue is their in-game storytelling isn't as good as either of the other two. They don't have as much voice acting. The player isn't having dialogues with characters. Characters speaking at the player using othering language. So I think there's a lot of lessons for the WoW team to learn there. So yeah, it's interesting. Certainly a lot to learn from SWTOR, and I think its legacy system is far more applicable to World of Warcraft than the FF, you know, all jobs in one character system. Yeah. So certainly I should get a bit more into that for research. And super as well from D5K11, who said, been saying for years, each new expansion needs to stop with leveling and just have a bunch of questing zones. We need more questing and story. Remember us having that discussion of like, what happens if you just release 4 Suramars and really don't do much leveling? I don't know. Is there a way they could do that and it could be satisfying to players?
Well, it would... I mean, not everyone would immediately fall into this pattern. You would need to do this for a couple patches in a row. But if you don't force people to do the content, but let them know it's there, and then give them a little bit of a reward that's not going to help them with like early rating or anything like that there, if you just go, here's some rewarding content you can do in your own time.
Yeah.
Then people are more likely to give it the time of day.
Yeah, and then when that content drought hits.
Yep. People are like, oh, I'm done the raid. What is there to do? Oh, here's some stuff. What will it give me? Oh, it'll give me some cosmetics or something like that. just work your way through it. Work your way through it. Real nice, real slow. If you want to do it in like a couple evenings because you're really excited about the story, let them. Literally just go, here's content, please enjoy. And then, build up a big thing about that. Make sure there's enough that it will take, they're not going to do it in a week. Make it so it is a good couple of hours for each like segment, each story, pace it out nicely so it's enjoyable. And then suddenly you'll have people go, fuck, this is some good stuff, And you can do it, you don't have to do a big singular storyline with 9 or 10 or 12 chapters. You can go, here's a zone with like 3 chapters. Here's a small zone with 3 chapters. Here's 3 chapters of quests that we've set. Maybe there's something happening in Eastern Kingdoms. Do it there as well, where you can just remove the idea of leveling. Or you could do this as well as leveling, but I feel like removing leveling and doing this is probably a better move. And then people just play. Like, some people might ignore it, but if they don't want to do it, then they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Don't force them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And certainly with Suramar being an endgame zone, it felt like that gave them a little bit more freedom in what they did. And also, it's that thing of like, you've got the very hard and fast leveling timeline.
Yeah.
Patch content timeline. Sometimes that can feel a bit jarring in the game, so maybe it would be good to shake it up. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, before you move on, Debbie said in chat about the leveling duty, I have severe anxiety around group content. Now I have to do a group duty for the MSQ and I'm freaking out a bit. How difficult are they? What can I expect from them?
Oh, it's Natasha.
So I'm assuming you're very early. So in that case, just go in. People will know you're new because you have a sprout, and if you view the cutscene, people know that you've been new. But it's also nice to say, hey, I'm new. Let me know if anything's going on. You can always look up the actual dungeon or the trial on the console games wiki for information. Early on, you won't need to do that at all because it's just not going to be it's not going to be a problem. Early, they're very easy. They don't ever get particularly hard. Sometimes there are mechanics you should know, but in that case, literally ask, and people will be like, "Oh yeah, sure, it's this, do that." But especially if you're a DPS or a healer, just follow the tank and hope for the best.
Yeah, you'll be grand.
Yep,
It'll be grand. I don't think it's like you hop into a Mythic Plus dungeon and everyone wants to kill each other. It ain't like that in my experience.
No, it's basically, it's never like that. The worst you can get is if it's something that's like really popular in like leveling roulette, and you're the only new player, and those 3 people want to do it fast. You can sometimes run into issues where they're like giga pulling and not stopping to explain any mechanic, and you get kind of lost. Yeah. But in that case, if you just start with "I'm new here" and try to follow along, you should be fine. You should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely, I think. So we got from Omnissiah Sphinx, who said, I quit playing WoW back in Battle for Azeroth. What was, with what going on and the new manager at Blizzard, is it worth a second shot? Been playing FF14 as a monk. There's nothing has changed with WoW really since Shadowlands. No. So Shadowlands is Shadowlands. Any changes that are the result of new leadership at Blizzard and, rebuilding the company culture, that's years off. So if Shadowlands wasn't enough for you, I don't think there's really anything that'll change that. And really, it's 10.0 for you to be thinking about, if that's where you're at in the game.
Yeah, it's worth like, if you really love World of Warcraft and like you just really want to play some, wait until the last patch of Shadowlands. Yeah, because then Shadowlands you'll be able to enjoy as much of the content as possible without it being a real pain in the ass. Yeah,
you'll be able to just log in and play the story.
Yeah, and then with 10.0, actually engaging with World of Warcraft might be significantly better. Fuck only knows, it might be worse, but I mean, you can't just say it'll be worse or it'll be better. It will be different, and hopefully it will be better. I think that's the real takeaway. But also, Monk, interesting. Monk is an interesting one. Not a huge fan. Probably the least favorite job I've tried so far.
Interesting.
Has a lot of positionals. That's maybe fine on bosses. In ARR content, it's not super cool.
I can understand, yeah.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep.
So, we have a super from Razorclaw who said, to make leveling from 50 to 60 better for me, they should reward a renown a level and allow you to do your Covenant campaign as leveling content. Yep.
Correct.
100 million% do that.
Ding, 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 ding. We're on to the winner, folks.
Yeah. I mean, goddamn. The whole point of Threads of Fate is we skip to the bit where we're at a Covenant. We're with
Yep.
the Covenant. Why can we not level with the Covenant content? Why is Threads of Fate just meta quest world quests? Let's do more with it. It was half-baked. 9.0.5 should have made it way better. 9.1 should have made it way better. 9.1.5 goddamn better make it way better. Simple as that. And absolutely, if you were earning good whack more anima while you're doing Threads of Fate, if you're actually able to do stuff with your Covenant, I mean, it would just be a better situation. People would feel like that Covenant campaign stuff is less wasted time. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. It is as simple as that. So hopefully they do that, and I think you are absolutely correct. We got from Marcelo Cortez Becerra, who said, 1, add hunting board. 2, add profession board for city improvements. Hello, Cataclysm Stormwind. 3, add something like Risk board game through Azeroth. Yeah, the idea that Azeroth just has a big game of Risk going on it would be a very cool way to make the zones have a little bit of a feeling of flow. I feel like that's probably a bit out of scope, but absolutely, I mean, even just like the little... initially it's your hunting log, but then past ARR it turns into a little bit of a different system. But it seems like it's a simple yet popular thing. Basically it's the hunting boards, or the hunting log anyway, when you're in ARR, which is where I am, is just list some mobs, go kill them in the world, and we get a little bonus bit of XP. And you're like, oh, cool, happy. I'll pay attention to that while I'm going through the world. And then it is a little bit more content-y. Past that point.
It basically turns into the same but not one and done, where you will get marks from a hunting board and then you go and kill those, and then you get specific currency for, it's like a Heavensward is clans and Cheerio shields. I can't remember, I haven't done any of the clan Nazi stuff in Shadowbringers, but you just go around zones, find the mobs that day, kill them, job done.
Yeah.
Get a bunch of XP, get some currency, off you go. That'll be, it's kind of... I don't know, it's kind of like rares in WoW are kind of like a weird combination of fits and hunts. But not as good as either, in a really weird way.
I can see that, yeah. Yeah, well, I think it just, the rares, like that gameplay is so supported by add-ons, and everyone knows.
Yeah.
Just you have to do add-ons for how it works. Yeah. So I think some form of like hunting board, or just anything that gets us back into the world, I think that's cool. And we have just a group quest to go kill some mob. Well, is there any way we can get those to spawn in a bit more dynamically or something? So something there. If you just make it a daily quest, like it'll feel different to it if it's like just in its own little thing, hunting and it's themed as such. A profession board for city improvements. I mean, there's certainly something to be said there. I think the current narrative and stuff doesn't really fit that. But if you had a rebuilding from the war thing that was a narrative framework in 10.0, you could certainly get a lot of the content like that into the game.
Like, honestly, Blizzard should just completely, no holds barred, just rip off Ishgardian Restoration. Maybe make some of it feel a little less, I'm going to say Japanese, just because like the kind of leaderboard stuff that they would do feels very unique to that.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think that would really, I was going to say that wouldn't really fly. I don't think that's something a Western company would do. So they'd probably get rid of that. But they did just take his Guardian Restoration, go, this is now Teldrassil Restoration. Or this is now, we're fucking, we've pulled the sword out of Azeroth and now we're filling up the hole, bring us loads of soil. That, or well, sand, I guess, because we're in Silithus. But it's just that. Like, just copy it straight up. Done, I think.
There we go, problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got another, so that was, where are we? There we go, sorry, found my place again. Yeah. We got from Zeraxis, who said, what do you two think of how systems complexity is affecting WoW right now? I've been playing since 2007, and honestly, I finally got to Shadowlands, hit 60 of my log, and just don't even know where to begin.
Yeah.
And as a part 2, a lot of systems in game these days seem like worse versions of older systems with the lack of diverse visual design and the per class gear. I just don't see the point in playing at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like the likes of the domination sockets. It's like, okay, not only do you need to get the gear with the sockets, then you need to get the actual gems themselves, and this is all just random shit. Then you got to get the currency to upgrade the gems, but then to, upgrade the gems, you've got to purchase an item, use the item on your bit of gear to remove the gem, then you upgrade it, then you put it back in. And all of this is just junk to get a few percent more throughput in a non-interactive way. And then it's like, oh wow, you've hit renown level 59. Here's empowered conduits. Like, I feel like most WoW players don't even know what empowered conduits are. Yeah, it's clearly a feature Blizzard spent time on.
Yeah.
And you can totally see how when presented with these like little ways to get a bit more DPS, a lot of the fantasy-driven players are like, well, I want to look cool and the new patch's gear looks cool. They're going to just get left behind by progression systems like that, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, man, it's the overall complexity, and it's not even just the complexity of like gear or anything like that. It's just you log in, you're like, what the fuck do
There's
you
all these
do?
people in chat who are just saying, wait, empowered conduits? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, the empowered conduit socket stuff.
Yeah. How do you not know this?
You get new effects, isn't it?
How do you not know this? The game clearly told you. Oh, hang on.
Isn't it new effects?
No, it's
Or
not,
new
no.
power, more
No,
power?
no,
whatever?
it's literally just the conduit stronger.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I remember Morgan Day talking
Yeah,
about it, but I was
yeah.
just like, I don't care.
Yeah, they had no
Give a
idea.
shit
They had
about
no
this
idea
stuff.
what the fuck it was going to be when they were in that interview, outside if it was going to exist, because it was something along the lines of
They must
they
have
were
had a
gonna
more
talk
ambitious
about-
plan.
Yeah, and then it was just like it's basically like adding a couple item levels to it in this slot. But yeah, no, you get
People are definitely laughing in chat at that one.
yeah,
Yeah.
you get a couple of them and that's it. But the
Yeah.
problem is they time gated it until week whatever the fuck it is of the expansion.
Ah, yes, the power of the renown bar. It keeps everyone engaged all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so shards of domination, power gating over time, grand idea. Tier sets did it, gear does it, fine. Why is renown doing it as well? Why is renown doing it as well? Why? I mean, I know why. I know why they want me to do my shaping fate every week. I don't want to do it. It sort of completes itself anyway.
Yeah, but they have to sort of micromanage.
Oh fuck! I have to do that before raid on Sunday. Oh piss. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so to your point, Zeraxis, as we can see with chat not knowing about empowered conduits and just all of this stuff, yeah, they are not satisfying systems. I think people have been very clear. These are not satisfying systems. They were in BFA. They are being in Shadowlands. Let's hope Blizzard finally gets it through their head that we don't really like this shit. Just give us tier sets. Like, you embarked on this weird quest of removing tier sets, doing the whole GCD thing. And it's like, okay, cool. So you just celebrated the Battle for Azeroth by making the gameplay worse. And you just stuck to your guns for what, by the time it'll be undone, will be 4 years. That's a bit of a weird, weird little quest to go on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny because like I would love to say, oh well, FF does this so much better. There's so blah 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 blah. But FF's also an unintuitive nightmare, where you're like, well, what do I do today? There's just shit. You're like, someone's like, oh yeah, have you you're level 70, but you're taking a break from MSQ. Have you tried Eureka? You're like, what the fuck's Eureka? What?
I'm going to have a lot of moments like this as I progress.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh well, if you go here, you'll get access to this whole endgame zone. You're like, what? There's no indication of this anywhere. What the fuck do you mean? And it's just loads of shit everywhere. But they're all like largely linear. They're not interconnected and tangled like World of Warcraft systems
Yes, it's
tend
just
to be.
a thing to do.
Yeah, whereas in WoW it's equally what the fuck is going on, but it has a different flavor where you're like, what the fuck? Like what? So what do I do now? Shaping fate? Okay. Actually, here's a thought. Do they ever get... No, they do at the start of Korthia, don't they? They guide you to do the Covenant Assault, don't they?
Yes.
Because I'm just like, nothing indicates to me any time the Covenant Assault is new or resets.
Oh,
There's not even indication that I've got to do another one, or that I haven't done the one that exists, because it's just there all the time.
There's just a UI element telling you what one's up,
Yeah, on the map in the Maw. And you're like, what the fuck am I doing in the Maw?
Yeah, it was like the amount of people that don't know about Tormentors of Torghast and never will.
Oh shit, yeah. Because I haven't done that in like 3 weeks, because every time I log in to play, it's never up. That's right.
Oh yeah, like I've checked the map whenever I log in, and it's never been up, so I've never done it.
Yeah.
I just haven't cared. But like, oh no, I don't have some Soul Cinders, whatever. It's just some item level. I have my legendary effects. What more do I need?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So it's like all these things overlapping is why someone, in Inzeraxis' position is just going to feel that way. Yeah, you can only do so many of these weird systems before it all just becomes sludge, and there's not a strong fantasy behind it, and people just like, I mean, I don't care that I've got an empowered conduit socket with my soul bind, a person I've bound my soul to, because I don't even know the character. Like, you're a Carrion.
Yeah.
You know yours more than I do as a Fae.
Yeah.
So it's just weird, man. So we got from Dastil, who said, FF used to be toxic and even racist towards French people in EU too. Many new players and language barriers combined with the harder game. They made it less frustrating. That's how they solved it. Interesting.
It's like we were saying earlier. Design the system for player behavior to be better. You can't 100% control how your players are, but you can guide them. And players will be very, very nice if incentivized to be very nice. They will be awful bastards if incentivized to be awful bastards.
Sure will.
It's like the game doesn't make people toxic, but it
can bring it out.
It can bring it out in people.
Yeah.
So it can. And just make the game sort of less frustrating. Put hard content behind a big this content's hard like notification, and then you're probably alright. Like,
yeah, absolutely, I think so. Oh man, sorry, it's been a long and not particularly well slept week.
Yeah, we fully intended to end stream 50 minutes ago.
Oh, did we? I suppose we sort of softly did, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's all fun. We should be a bit more back to normal. It's just me and honestly, me and Matt's house has just been fried. Yep. There's been a lot of stuff going on, and we're just like, time for the big sleep. Mm-hmm. Well, it depends. Do I mean a big sleep or the big sleep, the final sleep? Who knows?
I fucking take either at this point.
Yeah. So Troke just said, "Cheers, guys. No question. Just wanted to buy you each a beverage of your choice. Enjoy the coming weekend. I think if I had to go for one, it would be a mojito, because that is, I think, the ultimate safe, refreshing bet."
Yeah, I mean, mojito's good. Now that the warm weather isn't quite as warm, I wouldn't mind an espresso martini.
I also would take an espresso martini if push came to shove.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also take a pint of Guinness. I'd also take a can of Monster.
I'll take just about anything at this stage.
Glass of ice water to me, like
Tesco value vodka. Let's go.
Fuck. Yep.
Oh man, thank you, Troke. Thank you. We've got from Lars Hansen, the top management of the WoW team has to resign. They knew what atrocities were going on the team without intervening. They have the main responsibility that WoW is in its worst condition ever. That certainly is one way to look at it. And I mean, if that is true, then yeah. You know, if people did oversee WoW going in the wrong direction while also covering for these terrible things happening in the company, then those certainly are not the leaders that we want. Yeah. That said, there thus far is nothing to suggest that is the case with, at least with the main man of WoW, Ian. So... yeah, I don't know. Like, if that's true, then absolutely. It's just we don't really know. I mean, for what it counts, I have heard from people that like Ian's taking this shit real seriously and has been kind of furious. So you know, I don't know how much else to really say. I mean, some of that just goes down to what was said by, in a way, Bobby, which is just regardless of job title. If you were a part of this bad problem with our culture that is, you know, right now ruining our company, you got to go. That's that. Doesn't matter what your title is. And I think I would generally support that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, let the truth be found. So we got from Zero Xerxes, who said, the best thing would have been for Shadowlands to end when Sylvanas released the Jailer, and not having seen it the entire expansion, only hearing about it. Yeah, it's interesting. If it is a looming threat that's overtly far away and mysterious, but then we get very real things that we experience, and that could work. I think what happened is they tried to do that, like, holy shit, boys, this is a big story, you're all along for the ride, get into the front seat, let's go.
Please buy our game.
But then it's like, drip-fed story, and, you know, there's the big moments, but they're not super well, you know, they don't get their time to breathe, and the establishment hasn't been as good as it could be, then it doesn't work. Yeah, that's just interesting with the narrative. There's a lot of ways that this Shadowlands narrative could have had the exact same beats, but ended up being a lot more successful.
Yep.
A lot more successful indeed. Mohammed said, do you guys think WoW should adopt a horizontal progression system like Guild Wars 2's Mastery system? Also, should WoW start all over again by having a large time skip by, say, 200 years? Whoa, wow.
Yes, and maybe.
So for the time skip, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say give us like a 1 or 2 year time skip. Just enough to give us some distance.
Well, like 5 probably.
Maybe 5, yeah. But not enough to like change characters. Like not too much. Because I think it still needs to be grounded in the Warcraft that we know, but we need a bit of separation from where we've been. And a narrative excuse to just reestablish the world. Now, as for a horizontal progression system like the Guild Wars 2 Masteries, at this stage, I would support it. At this stage, I definitely would support it. I think that if we're going to accept that WoW is very much an end game MMORPG, then perhaps something like that makes sense. And maybe if we were freed from the shackles of how things have been, a more successful course for the game could be charted out. There are pros and there are cons to the Guild Wars 2 Mastery system, but I think that's something in the hands of the right people could absolutely work out quite well. Basically with Guild Wars, right, level 80 is the max level. Whenever you level up, you get a mastery point. You can spend those mastery points in various things. If a new map, in that game, they call zones maps. If a new map comes out, you can have like masteries for that map, from what I understand. Or, a new mount comes out, you can have masteries for that mount. So you just have these mastery points, you earn them, they stand to your character forever. Something like that could work really well. I think you could tie that in with bringing class order halls back into the game and make it be themed around your class, and I think that could be very, very satisfying for players.
That actually makes me think of something interesting that I've kind of struggled with as a World of Warcraft player, and that is the idea of a main. Because I feel like some progression systems like that would really, really, really hit home what a main feels like.
Yeah.
Because I know I have a lot of old irrelevant shit that I've done in my Paladin, but I don't really hyper feel like I can't just drop her at some point. There's a lot of attachment to the character from just playtime, but also there's not a huge amount that makes me feel I can just go, I could just, Realistically, a lot of those reps and stuff I could probably grind up in no time. In like a couple days, because there's just not that much to them, realistically. So it just feels like, it just feels like there should be something like that to make all of my playtime feel relevant to me now. Not relevant like gameplay wise, but relevant in terms of how I feel.
Yeah.
As opposed to just the number. So something like that, even if it would be completely removed, would be nice. Give me a second XP bar, please. Please.
Yeah, and if you just tie that to some sort of account-wide thing, and it ties into some of the earlier topics we talked about in the stream, and then you start to have, while I'm filling up the bar I want to fill up right now, I'm also filling up that bar over there, and I'm satisfied because my gamer brain has got overlapping bars that are being filled at the same time, and that makes my bar get filled. Great, I've ruined it. That's what it's like for MMO gamers.
Yeah.
There's nothing that gets off an MMO gamer like overlapping progression and quest stacking. So the more that we can get these things going, certainly the better. I mean, that's why even though I don't particularly like a whole bunch of these Shadowland systems, when I do my raid and then get to turn in my weekly for the 1,000 anima, I'm like, cool. I got a multi-overlapping thing.
Yep.
For sure. Oh, damn, there's the emotes in chat. Oh, man. Okay, so we've got from, Christian? Oh, yeah, Christian. Sesby? Sorry if I fucked up your name. Who said, any guesses about the What Lies Ahead chapter? Oh, man, that is such a question, because I actually almost said Thanos. Fuck's sake. Sorry, the Chuckler, because the Chuckler's got the sigils and he's going to the sepulcher of the first ones to find out all the big ancient knowledge and stuff. So at that stage, it's like, okay, cool. He's going to go and get the keys of creation or whatever. What do we do about that? He's just going to go over there through that weird portal and remake everything. It's actually so open and wacky. I don't know what's going to happen. Now, I have a theory. My theory is that in What Lies Ahead, we might find out a hint as to what the Jailer's next move will be, and that will be a big, oh, shit. this is going to be very bad for us. And I think that it's got to be Azeroth, because if Zoval could just go to the Sepulchre of the first ones, hit the remake creation button, we'd all be fucked right now. But there's a reason why he's kept on saying that death comes from the soul of your world. You know, if Azeroth is truly this special place, the center of some crazy cosmic cycle, I mean, I don't know. Do you destroy Azeroth and a new universe comes out? Yeah. Does the universe all collapse into... I mean, who the hell knows? Point being, though, the world soul of Azeroth is really important, and I feel like he's going to need to use the world soul of Azeroth as fuel for whatever he wants to do with this first one's technology, which I think would be decently established in the lore, considering that Sargeras used Argus as a big old regen battery. So I think that's basically the crack with that. Any ideas, Matt?
None. That's the weird thing. The lore's been going in such a strange direction that I can kind of track individual points, but I'm just like, all bets are off. I don't know what's in the next stage of the Newsers Wild Ride, but it's going to be something, and I don't know how I'm going to feel about it or what it could possibly be. I've got ideas, but it's like, what's he doing? I have no concept of what they're doing with the sigils. No idea what they're doing.
That's because we have so little concept of really the sigils, what they are. I mean, I guess the Tear of Elune can sort of be one, but sure. A Tear of Elune.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing where it's like, he's going to go get the Song of Creation. Like, what's that? Is that just going to make him harder to kill? We can't kill him already. So
the Song of Creation was just us having fun with Tolkien lore. That's not an in-game thing.
Well, yeah, but it's the note of dissonance in the 7th fractal geometry. I don't know. Fuck, I'm melted. Anyway, no, I usually will be able to follow, but now it's just, I don't know what's going to happen in this chapter or where it's going to go outside of, we're going to have some vague cliffhangery thing that'll be like, here's something, please wait until February for any more, thank you. And you know, it's just going to be, I'm quite happy now to just wait for it to occur, because I don't really have any idea.
Yeah, I'm feeling similar.
It's weird to me, because I usually really like to think about it, but after the events of BFA, where I'm just like, without data mining, I'm completely lost, completely utterly lost as to what's going on. So I'm just like, whatever, it's fine. I'll just see what happens, and then once the big jump has happened, then I'll start to I'll kick my brain back into gear and try to track where we're going next after that, or try to think about it. But the next step is just a massive question mark in my head.
There we go. Dastel's worked it out. Elune will cut onions and cry more tears, create dozens of sigils, crush the jailer. Yeah, I guess if Elune just has a big cry and that actually gives us more power than all this anima business, then that's just make Elune really sad.
Yeah, it's like Elune, yeah. What night elves are bad, they're shitty, they're ugly. He starts crying. You're like, ha ha ha. Someone get a bucket for his silly lady's tears.
Yeah.
The moon's not even good. The sun's better, it gives off light. You're just borrowing power from the sun. Dumb moon.
Yeah, there you go. You've got 50 tiers of Elune. Let's put them all together.
You've got 50 sigils. Carve those into weapons and smack the jailer over the head.
It's just that whole thing with the sigils. Like, okay, we can just remake them. How can we use these as a weapon? What are the rules of these sigils in the universe? That's the problem. That's the bit where the world building's fallen over, and it feels like it's Game of Thrones Season 8, where nothing is well established enough.
We just have to get the sigil guns, start shooting sigils at him.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. Your extra action bar is the sigils in the final raid.
Oh my god. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so you know how Xavius used the Tear of Elune? We just do that. We just pick up the Tear of Elune and just
hurl it at him.
Just hurl it at his chest hole.
Right there, Zoval. Huh. Take that.
Anybody got a good arm on them? Shattering throw with the Tear of Elune. Sorry, the what's it called? It's called something in the fucking thing. In the quest text, it's called like Winter's Tear or something like that. Something like that.
Big. So next we've got a fun one from Debbie again. So hello Debbie. Debbie Wells super chatted us saying, it seems like in the post-Legion era, the only way the team has been able to move the narrative forward has boiled down to women being oblivious or woman being dumb. If they can fix that, I'll be happy to play again. There is certainly something to be said for tropey feeling treatment of the women of Warcraft. It's something along the lines of tragedy, power, anger, misuse of power, makeover, reset back to normal. Happening a few times.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be really, really, really bad about it, literally, like the events of this patch were Tyranda's really angry, go get some flowers and incense to calm her down. That's actually it. Like,
yeah, impulsiveness too. Yeah. There's just a whole bunch of tropes, I guess.
Yeah.
That I feel like with the WoW team, Cherry being quite a progressive bunch, that they kind of would be a little bit less tropey. It's like, they've done the whole thing of, Matthias and Flynn Fairwind.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, cool. Time to fridge your gaze.
Yep. Yeah.
It was like the whole thing of, Star Trek Discovery, it's going to be the most modern, progressive, great Star Trek ever. And like, what do these writers who are explicitly focused with inclusivity and diversity and all, progressivism, what do they immediately do? Instantly play into the fridge your gaze trope.
Yeah.
Instantly. It's like, how can you not know that of this trope? What? So sometimes they are a wee bit like that.
That's where I think the problem kind of comes. It's like, if that's your guiding principle above being a good writer, you're liable to fall into traps that a good writer wouldn't make.
I think that's probably
which means that it's almost like if you were organizing like a skill set, or you had a main skill and a secondary skill, or focuses like writing first and then all of those progressive values second. You're probably going to do a significantly better job than someone who's focusing on one rather than the other.
Absolutely, because ultimately, the thing to do is make great characters that resonate with people, and you don't do that by a checklist of a character's immutable characteristics. You do that by a great character.
Yeah,
and so it's the thing of the what they are and the who they are.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just that Blizzard have really tried to put more of a focus on the women in World of Warcraft, but at the same time that they've done that, they have also, at the same time that they've done that, they've also just exposed that they're not the best at writing. And then that is what makes it come off the way that it does. That means that, because, if anybody is supposed to like this narrative direction, it's probably women who are going to feel better represented in the game. And here we have Debbie saying, to me, this has just felt like it's either women being oblivious or women being dumb.
Yeah.
Which is, does cover a fair amount of the explanations for things. So
yeah, it's a case where inclusion isn't a win by itself. The inclusion needs to be good. That's, I guess, kind of the thing where you'll want to write good and then go and research and learn the stories that you want to tell now that you're good at writing.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's kind of a little bit lost on people because so much of the focus is one rather than the other. But I guess people just don't.
I'm all for them putting more focus onto these characters who are kind of left, to languish for a long time. Like, how long did we all want to see like more Jaina, more Sylvanas, more Tyrande, in the game? I think it's just that those characters playing more of a role that has coincided with Blizzard having some good moments, like a lot of like the Jaina BFA stuff, but that broadly the stories have been they've been too fast, and that's meant that the motivations haven't been well set up, and it just that these are characters, male or female, these are characters that deserve better. And it's not even, it's just runtime in so many cases. It's like literally these characters deserve more screen time.
Yeah.
Why does everybody feel like a side character? Because not enough time is being spent with them to see them learn and grow.
Again, what has Bolvar done this expansion?
Yeah, and they really tried to indicate that Bolvar would be doing a fair bit more than Magni did.
He's done nothing.
He's done nothing. Poor Bane.
Oh dear.
Bane's just had a wee sit.
Yeah.
He's just sitting, happy as Larry. The creation is literally going to end, and Bane's just having a wee sit.
So they're like, well,
I'm Bane.
Maybe I'll get the fight.
My role in the story is to be Anduin's friend.
It's like, when do I get to meet my dad? Because we're in the Shadowlands.
Yeah.
It's like, sorry, you have to wait for every other character to meet their dad first. You're like, fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Torn hard done by. Torn or hard done by. Like,
yeah, it's that thing. Like even like with Khadgar, he actually was doing shit. We were doing shit with Khadgar, which made it feel better. It didn't feel as good in Legion as it did in WoD.
he was near fucking killing us, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, like the WoD Khadgar experience was great. It's just like give us a bit more of that kind of relationship with our characters.
Yeah, instead of everyone's here, they're standing around in Oribos. What are they doing? Nothing. I mean, that's it. Honestly, I even feel like that's a lot of the case in Korthia, where you're like, what are we doing in Korthia? Is anyone doing anything in Korthia except us?
Just ruffling through shit.
No, that's us. No one else is doing anything.
Yeah.
The probably just standing there looking over and like, it's not looking too good out here. I'll wait for the champion to come and go, here, could you fucking, could you defend against the jailer's forces? You're like,
Mr. Crispy's just having a big inspect of the whole world.
Yeah, he's standing there waiting for us to go, hello, what's the crack? Hello, could you go do this? You're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Not talking to nobody, just stand there with your hammer in your hand going like, I don't know, doing whatever. Oh man, fucking brutal.
Yeah, GP Trismo did say, where's Khadgar? Good question.
Yeah.
Patreon either today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
YouTube Tuesday.
Yep.
We'll have other characters after that.
Yeah.
I
can't wait to watch that later. Oh my god.
A lot going on. Oh, yeah, John's done some fun. We've got a final one from Christian who said, about the Toronto storyline, why would a Horde character help? I like Toronto as a lore fan, but my Blood Elf rogue probably doesn't share this sentiment. Well, that is the thing.
Yeah.
Blizzard, they write their story, your character slots into it. I think as Shadowlands has proven for a lot of the RP community, there's not really room for them in the setting. They have to carve that themselves, and I think rely on headcanon. I think a lot of our peers are just going to pretend that their character didn't go to the Shadowlands or that it's just sort of back in its bottle.
Yep,
but I mean, certainly, yeah, the narrative is that you really hated the Alliance last expansion and you fought for Sylvanas, and then you kind of didn't fight for Sylvanas. You sort of fought for Saurfang, and now you like the Alliance. That's what your character thinks.
Yeah, they're helping Tranda for what reason? Just because? Because
you're a Night Fae.
Because what if the Night Warrior dies? Like, it's the enemy. I don't give a fuck. Oh man,
that's the tricky thing of Blizzard can't quite decide what's going on with the factions. In my head, it's either remove the divide.
Yeah,
it's either remove the divide or actually make it make sense with how you tell your story in the game.
Stop brushing over these very important things that are very important to how players actually perceive things in the game, because that's a thing that really bugs me. It's like, why are people having to ask these fucking questions?
There's not room for us in their story.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it feels. Where we tag along and observe important characters as they do things, just that we provide the numbers.
Yeah.
Unlike FF, where at least thus far it has felt like it is my character and a bunch of other characters, and we're all characters in this world.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel like I can be way more attached to my character.
Yeah.
Than the whole, NPCs talk at you thing.
Yeah, the main characters of Final Fantasy XIV are from the beginning to right now the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You're particularly special as a warrior of light, whatever else, but you do about as much as any of the other Scions have time. And they go really hard on that later, and it feels fucking great.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, it's the kind of thing where it's like I say about, why is Bolvar just standing there holding his hammer, looking about, going, not much to be at around here. He's the fucking he's the fella watching us dig the hole, going, aye.
It is at the stage of what's going on, because we've seen the campaign stuff unfold there. So what is actually going on in Korthia? It's just there's a bunch of Mossworn dudes hanging about and some shit going on.
Yeah.
But like from our perspective, Zoval took off like 3 weeks into the patch, and now so it's like it's just narratively in timelines. It's really weird how they're doing their story.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's another way of doing that, or maybe Korthia could have been narratively framed so that would have made sense for all our characters to be sort of there right now in the capacity that we are, even though we've done the raid and are continuing with the Covenant campaign. It's just kind of hard to parse through how
Now
it
it
is.
feels like everyone's just kind of chilling, going, well, fuck, well, there's not much to do until the next story event happens.
Yeah,
which is fine.
I think basically just big storytelling and world building lessons as they apply to like the rubber hitting the road in game, and less how they apply to the overall state of the universe. Because I think they, like us, are super interested in the state of the WoW universe, but the bit or the sort of the thing where this all just gets rather tricky is that but that doesn't translate great into the game, and that has the unfortunate thing, and this is the bit that sort of hurts me the most. It kind of like gives people the wrong impression of the WoW lore, and they don't get into the lore, and then it's just not good. So we'll get there. I feel like there's no way they can't be aware of what's going on, and I think there's no way they can just assume that it's all a bunch of trolls.
Yeah.
Given that I think feedback's generally leaned in the way of mixed and in the wrong direction, where they just... I mean, it's a bit weird. They kind of acknowledged a bunch of narrative issues in BFA, and then they kind of just repeated them all again in Shadowlands. But at least they acknowledged them, so maybe they are thinking about it, and it was just production issues and timelines and stuff that made it come out a bit messy this time around.
Yep, they're no negativity in the dojo needs to go, Joe. Fuck.
Totally, yeah. And speaking of Gojo, I think it might be time for us to go because, you know what, honestly, my God, what a fortnight it's been. The old R&R is needed so we can get back.
What do you mean a fortnight? How has it been a fortnight? Has it only been a fortnight?
I have no idea.
It feels like it's been 12 years.
I do want to thank Kenneth Lean, Heather P, Axis 1247, Harry Jockin, I think, Bad, D5K11, and Gandragor for joining as members. Of course, get the very, very fun and cool emojis that John made. You could put my arms on anything, including a can of Pepsi. I have no idea how John came up with this like fun format.
He's
just doing these
inspired, like.
He is. Like, look at this. Who thought about that?
He is.
What a cool one.
Genuinely inspired. As I'll absolutely find out when I watch that Khadgar video tomorrow.
I can't wait for this Khadgar video. It's going to be great fun.
Yeah,
oh, man.
it really will.
Absolutely. So yeah, all right, we're going to take off. Get a bit of the old rest. I'm going to check out this Hearthstone United and whatever because Wowhead have... You've said the narrative stuff's great. Wowhead are saying the narrative stuff's great. And I'm just kind of thinking, oh shit, what lore are they going to tease? And I think the Scions of the Seventh Dawn need some help. There's some boys with funny face masks that I think I need to hunt down. That's currently what I'm doing.
Yep. Good move. Good move.
Got to get... a little bit more. When does Rogue turn ninja? Is it 30?
30, yeah.
30. Yes! Okay, I've got like barely any. Okay, I'll be a ninja soon.
Gotta learn your mudras.
Yeah?
Get your Tenchi Jin on the go.
Yeah, I've got all between that and samurai, and there's going to be lots of new words floating around my head.
Oh, honestly, samurai is fucking unreasonable.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've watched endgame videos of the samurai being played, and I'm just like, okay, cool, I'm terrified. That's why I'm interested.
Yeah, it's like...
and some of the guys, Matt and...
Tom?
Yeah, fucking words. They were streaming.
Yeah.
They were streaming their openers
for
for Sam and RDM.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh fuck. And man, Red Mage, like John in our team, he said that like Red Mage is one of the best RPG classes he's ever played.
Feels really
and
good.
then I saw, I think it was Tom's Red Mage.
Yeah, Tom would have been.
Yeah, it was Tom's Red Mage, and just seeing the jumping in and the jumping out and like the rapier and the it's cool. So yeah.
Yep.
There's too many games to play, everyone.
Yeah, I really need to go to what do you call it? I really need to go to the training dummies and
they just reverted the time walking XP nerf.
They did what, sorry?
Oh, what up?
Oh my god, Big Brian.
Yo.
Have they done Big Brain?
What? Are we getting fake news?
If we got fake news, I swear to Christ.
I mean, I would see anything in the blue tracker.
That's open Twitter.
Unless it's like...
Dakor, please. Dakor, where are you?
Unless it has just been implemented in game.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't see anything on El Twitter. Have we just been memed? 12-day opener for Summoner. Yeah, see, I need to go to the Boss Striking Dummies and practice my ninja opener. Because I know it. And then every time I'm like, okay, critical engagement. Let's blow all these other DPS out of the water. And then I just completely press I do my mudras correctly, and then I completely fuck up my trick window. I'm like, why? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? At least bar opener's easy, but then I just my eyes glaze over and I fucking drop my dots. So I'm a dumbass.
I can't find anything about that.
Well, Deathcamp says just got 600k XP right now from finishing a dungeon. Interesting. Is that the breaking news? Have you just broken the news? Breaking the news sounds a bit different than breaking news. Okay.
Well, I did a recent search, and there was nothing new on just people saying time walking in WoW.
Yeah, well, Deathcamp just says 600k XP.
Well, that's pretty big if true.
Yeah, that's very large, in fact, if true.
Yeah. All right, well, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
But, okay. Yeah,
sure
trust
we'll
but
find it.
confirm, fellows, yeah. Okay, I'll dig it up later. But I think it's time for us to head off, chill, recharge the old batteries, and ready to hit Monday hard, get some good shit done.
Aye.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going to write things about Terralion and also play some games. It's going to be good.
yeah. I can't wait to have a great weekend, and then I'll have symptoms from the second jab and get fucking wrecked.
Your second jab is...
Yeah, 20 to 4 tomorrow.
Yeah. Let us know how it goes.
Yep. On the plus side, I actually have. I'll stop this camera. I actually have to help my housemate with something tomorrow, which is carrying a large delivery from the Asian supermarket to our house.
Oh, good shit.
Yep, lots of beverage.
Lots of beverage.
Lots of beverage. Yep.
What form of beverage?
Lemon tea and aloe drink.
How much lemon tea has he bought?
I have no idea. Last time it was.
Just wait, like a shipping container of that shit.
Last time it was like 48 cartons and then like 13 bottles of aloe.
Oh, that's so
juice.
much sugar.
And it lasted us months. Like we're actually still not out.
The aloe is so good, where it's got like the little chunks.
Yeah. Still
Oh
not
man,
out.
I love that shit.
It's fucking great. Literally just fill the fridge. Keeps us going for months. Fantastic.
Oh, good stuff.
Yep. Anyway.
Right. Well, on that incredible ending note, the tasty, extremely sugary jelly aloe drink.
Yep.
It's time for us to go. Oh, hey there, JX. Coming in at the end with a member. Thank you, my man.
Thank you.
But all right, look, have a good weekend, everybody. I think we all just need to
Play some video games.
play some video games, recharge, get back to it on Monday. So,
Yep.
good luck, everyone. Godspeed, and we will see you all next time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.